that who Fazla's going to fight?
Welcome back to Minor Illusion, where we keep asking the DM for meta questions before they get to see it. There's two culprits to that, which is Cinder and Doom, all the time.
Oh, I thought you were going to try and say me there.
I don't know what you mean, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to make observations, and it's funny if it comes out true, and it doesn't matter if it's not true.
I'm not saying a word.
Exactly. Makes it more interesting.
Oh, I look forward to it.
I need to know which skills I need to take.
You won't find out until you're both in the arena.
I just want to know so that
unless someone does some very sneaky stuff and risks getting a lot of trouble for doing it.
And
trespassing.
I mean, I do intend on visiting a shop before we go for the healing thing.
Indeed. So, welcome back, everybody, to My Illusion. We play some Dungeons and Dragons, and as I said, meta questions to the DM. How dare they? So,
really?
Shut
DM, I have a question. What is the meaning of life?
Right.
Roll dice.
I'm going to be the parent DM and just going to click that button. Okay. So.
Tits are Fanny.
It depends if he says he hit the button and he didn't.
Oh, I hope he did.
I didn't mute.
Okay.
I did, and she just said, "Oh, we can see things like this." And I went, "I'll mute this. Let's make them humiliate yourself." And then you did it. I'm like, "Okay, that is dumb."
On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad would it be if I said Dixicle?
We're leaving winter behind, unless you want to bring back the snow and ice.
No, I'm thinking of this for the summer. Nice, sweet Dixicles.
We're going to open a merch store where we're going to sell Dixticles. Hey, right.
Worse things have happened.
Yeah, they come in 3 flavours: strawberry, chocolate, and grape.
It's not what I thought you were going to say.
Well, what did you think I was going to go for?
I was half expecting pineapple or watermelon to be one.
Oh, pineapple would be a good shout, actually.
And thank you very much for joining, guys. We'll see you next time. So, a couple of announcements tonight. Again, we're going to do another session of Minecraft Let's Play on Wednesday. We're joining me at 8 PM for a little bit of run of that as we try and cope with the pressures of returning to vanilla Minecraft, being 11 years out of the loop. That's been fun. I found a village and trying to slowly enslave the population by also trying to build...
You gave them coronavirus.
Oh no, that was the skyblock map that I tested. That was not a skyblock, but it was a no order generation world, and I built a house up for them because it doesn't spawn the house for them. They spawn in the village location with the paths and the bridges and that, but there's no buildings. So I built a house for them, put them in there at night time. I come back in to see them, and there's just these 3 zombie villagemen.
Hey, that's good actually. You can cure them, and they give you.
I killed them because all my chest and all my belongings were inside there.
Like a tunnel.
It's a stressful night, okay? I had
skeletons. He's not used to Minecraft.
No, I've had a look, guys. But apart from that, we normally have a discussion. Well, we're basically just a reminder of a message regarding the MS Society or whatever. Lorna's taken a backseat to today. She's not been feeling too great, as you will notice that she has suddenly changed colour. Or rather,
it's not that I'm being
does.
antisocial, guys. It's that I'm having a bit of a vertigo spell at the moment, which is one of the symptoms of my condition that flares up. I have no control over it, and I'm kind of plastered to the desk right now. Like, you know how when you have a really, really bad hangover, and if you try and set up, the room starts spinning, and you think, I'm going to whitey the entire contents of the week, never mind the night before. Yeah, that's what I feel like right now. So I'm coming to you live from a cushion on my desk. Fun!
If you still had your wireless mouse and keyboard, you could have sat in bed.
Oh, I do have the wireless mouse and keyboard, but the headset isn't fucking wireless, is it?
That's your problem.
I know that's a me problem. In addition to getting the webcam fixed, that is a me problem. But nevertheless, though, I'm here.
Thank
We're
you.
improvising.
Thank you,
and
voice in
I
the
can't,
dark.
I can't guarantee that I'm going to be here the entire night, but I'm here for the moment.
Well, thank you, voice in the dark. Nothing else to come to mind. We've finished our sponsorship campaign with Raid. Thank you very much for doing what you did for us. That will definitely help and pay for some of the stuff that we use to help create this and get this ball rolling. And yet, for those who are having their own problems in and around the world, around them in the country or place, remember this is somewhere you can come at any time to escape. We'll always be here. There's other streams and other content creators you can also go to see at any time who can just give you that escape. This is a
We
safe
ain't
place
perfect, but we're entertaining.
of sorts.
We may not say the best things, but it's funny.
What are you talking
Sometimes.
about? Our banter is golden.
Hmm.
Don't you let people think otherwise? I didn't say it was appropriate. It's still good. I'd like to remind everybody that this stream is rated 18 plus for mature audiences only.
No,
With
18-year-olds are
filthy
still
minds.
immature.
Yeah,
I'm
let
not
me
about to say
rephrase that.
Valentine.
Mature age, immature minded audiences.
So those are some brief announcements out of the way. As I said, join me at 8 PM for that and the MS Society. And basically a reminder that he's tapping his camera or something. I don't know what he's doing.
Fist bumping
not
the
sure.
camera. Just like find support MS Society research.
I don't know what he was doing. I thought he was looking for attention, but I'm 6% sure he wasn't. But let's jump
No,
into the next
So
session
nicely.
of Dungeons and Dragons with Biology.
Could I have a Lego Toto?
Maybe,
Yay!
but no, not with the branding.
Mm. It doesn't have to have branding. We could call like
It can
Mega
just be a
Blocks or
blocky one.
Mini Bricks or whatever they call them.
Other brands, but yes, okay. A blocky one.
Non-brand specific blocks.
Yep. Wolf
Mega
Brick.
bug.
Again, it's more stuff for the merch store. You're supposed to
I would
laugh.
actually.
Or
I've actually had a good idea for a sketch. Just a wolf
merch
paw in my
store.
face.
Or
Merch store.
Right, just going to
Cookie.
solve a small issue.
would help if I get my notepad out.
Well,
What is the issue? My
that was
face?
far too big.
Yes, I've gone cold all of a sudden.
That is covering a majority of the screen, yes.
Yeah, God's sake, Oliver.
Like, I can't help it, okay? I've got a chronic condition that I don't have any control over.
Oh no, it's you're covering the camera.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's the avatar that Lima put in place over the stream was covering everyone's cameras. So you got
Hanging
the
around.
blame for being the centre of attention.
So if I became like the Bars or the Kenny of the group today, is that what it is?
Why not both?
So, last week, party decided to have a little bit of a lie with a bit of a feast. Finding Echo also in the room, joining them. A few antics, a bit of pranking involving turtles, penguins, misdirection of running away, kidnapping, dog napping, and bath time. And defecating and peeing. Party decided to make the way after taking the time to clean up the mess. They went around to stores around Mercador through the busiest streets that seem to be, even at this time of the morning, exceptionally busy. They go around to a couple of stores, come into this artifact shop, and have reserved several items for later purchase, and have also spent some time at the banquet prior to that, learning that they have a lump sum of gold sitting waiting for them, and also Alvaro found out that she doesn't have to count in her birth name, but even worse yet, she can't access the one of her Nidra family's name. Locked out of all accounts and nowhere to access that fortune, and nowhere to put the fortune that she recently acquired. She now has a conundrum to deal with. As for Mantra, I had to leave a message hoping for some updates to find out what's happening, yet to receive the messages back from Dosh, with the worst always being feared. To bump into her sister. After a brief exchange with her sister currently on the run for trespassing or some sort of a crime, she learns that a certain Mantis of Demian is currently in the city. And that's where we left off. So,
And that Nyx apparently has the response letter. At least that's what Nyx said.
indeed. So, that's where we left off. We're in the alleyway. What do you guys want to do?
Armor shop, anybody?
Sure.
Armor shop.
Matra, you done here?
What shop are we in just now? We're done with the trinkets one, right?
Yeah.
We
yes.
went to the artifacts and something or other shop.
And magical trinkets.
Merlon's Artifacts and Wonders, I think it was called.
Yes.
Merlon's artifacts and relics.
Oh yes, yes. So you're wanting to go to the armor shop. I would quite like to try and see, because I don't imagine there's going to be much in there that interests me. I could always have a quick look, but I'm actually rather tempted to get a weapon shop. Go to a weapon shop.
Well, we
Did we
do have
pass any?
still plenty of time to waste.
Yeah, so a blacksmith at least. Ideally, a skilled blacksmith who can do something quickly.
Well, a quick work on a tool is never a good work on a tool.
Is it not? You don't
It is.
know what I have intended use for then.
But still, practice makes perfect and needs the time to do it good. Otherwise, you break something.
What if I don't want it to be efficient? I
Just
just want it
depends
to be
on-
quick.
Just depends on how complicated it is.
It's a
'Cause,
simple task that I'd be requesting, so we'll see.
well, you could always ask, because
Yeah.
I can smith.
Yes, but you're going to need access to a forge or
Pretty sure I could find somewhere that would let me access. Possibly.
we'll find out.
But
Tetsu, she doesn't want you to do it. It's just
I can
that.
tell that.
No,
Plain
you
and
could do it
simple.
if you wish.
Nah. Now she's coming back. Typical female. Mm.
That came
So,
out of his
barber
mouth,
shop?
not mine.
Did that come out of Van Zan's mouth? Or the voice?
The voice of Van
Van
Zandt.
Zandt. Van Zandt.
Van Zandt himself. Good to know, just clarifying.
And I did say that as tense, so I'm like, that did not come out of my mouth.
I'm not tired of my life just yet.
You say that, and yet you say such questionable things.
Yes, quite.
Indeed. Oh well.
How does your wife
It's
sit
common
this?
knowledge.
How does your wife wake up to you every morning?
With great
I
difficulty.
don't think Van Zandt has a wife. Is he not single?
Well,
He's a
talk about
paladin
Doom,
after
but
all.
okay.
In character,
Armor
come on. I think it's me that broke it, though. So yes, let's go to the armor shop. Let's see what they have.
Okay, so you go around the usual shops you see that lay at the perimeter of the bazaar with all the markets and stalls in the middle. You do come across a two-story timber building with a reinforced wooden door with ironwork finishes. Every piece of metalwork has been tightly polished. It looks all quite well kept.
Chinese.
Indeed. You
Costly Chinese.
peek inside and then enter in. Where's my NPCs list? Why is it never loaded?
I don't know.
NPCs of Arcadia. There it is. It was on another tab, on another window, in another place, another time. So, that's them right here. Upon entering the door, you do spot above it a name: Fenwick's Marvelous Armor and Shields.
Shield.
So as you enter in, you do see before you quite a tall, but just push about 5'11", with slightly greyish skin, which you can safely determine is a female half-orc.
Female.
She looks
So
up
it's half.
at you. She's quite young looking. And you look up at her. She has cropped, curled brown hair with brown eyes, smooth, dry skin, but quite tall and massive build. Oval, unremarkable face. She does have a less scar that you can see on her hand sitting on the bench that she's currently standing by. She gives you all a good look over. She says, "Alright, what can I do for you?"
Shields. Please.
Shields.
Yes.
And what are we looking for? Something ordinary, something simple, something fancy?
Something that lives upon a name outside of your shop.
Sorry?
Something that lives upon a name outside of your shop.
Oh, something marvelous, I presume.
Mm-hmm.
I don't sell you dragon shields, if that's what you're looking for. She points towards your shield. But you want something marvelous. I'm sure there's something here. Do you have any resistances you're looking for? Any particular types of effects that you would like to be able to overcome? Like fire, cold, lightning?
No.
What about...
It would be too situational.
What about something that gives you more of a wherewithal, that gives you ability to react better? Keep an eye on your surroundings with your perceptions. In other words, grants you advantage on initiative and perception checks.
Perception.
No?
No.
What about... You don't look like someone with a coin.
Coin?
What about...
coin?
This
Emperor?
one here. Points towards this shield. It's actually looking quite transparent, actually, with a crest in the middle, blue and green
that one.
around. It says, "The animated shield. You don't even know how to hold this one. As long as you keep it near you, it'll protect you." Or maybe this one.
No, how much for the animated shield?
This...
10 gold.
7,980 gold. But what about this one?
Yep.
If you do have the coin, she points towards this gem encrusted golden shield with a green and yet blue outline all the way around it with a couple of symbols. A spell guard shield. Gives you better protection when dealing against those spells. But it gives you advantage to all saving throws from spells and effects, and spell attacks have disadvantage against you.
Do I want to know how much that's going for, or
66,500.
yes, that's 0 too much, but okay. I'm interested in the animated shield.
You are.
Yes, but I'm gonna. What was it? 3,498 gold.
Sorry?
6,000 gold was it? No.
Pop. 7,980.
Okay, 7,980. Okay. And okay. And what's it called? An animated shield?
Animated shield.
And it just floats? I don't have to hold it?
So, the animated shield. While holding the shield, you can speak a command word as a bonus action to cause it to animate. The shield leaps into the air and hovers in a space to protect you as if you're wielding it hands-free. The shield remains animated for 1 minute until you use a bonus action to end this effect or incapacitate it or die. At which point the shield falls to the ground or into your hand if you have one free.
Do you need proficiency in shields to be able to use that?
Yes.
Kinda cool if
And
you
it
didn't.
requires attunement.
So
Yeah, but
I could one-hander, animate a shield, get a two-hander out and start slashing.
Not good for you because you are needing your hand to cast spells, and your
my
sword
spell
is
focus.
a spell focus, but there are some somatic effects that require action with a hand,
Yes.
such as if you were wanting to cast Green Flame Blade,
Yeah, I need to.
you would with that, basically.
Cool.
Basically, you would have a hand free, but it would last for a minute. Which means you
What
have to
if
spend
I
an
quit?
action picking it up if it drops to the ground,
Yes.
or make sure you
So
have
I
a hand free when the spell ends.
So I couldn't equip a second shield. Just
No,
for
you
extra
can only
shield.
benefit from one shield at a time. Stop
it's a
trying to
floating
stack
shield.
all that goddamn AC.
just hold one in each hand. Shield smash.
There's a mob that's
Shield
like that,
wall.
actually. There's a mob with 2 shields. Technically, you can do 2 shields. Then your attack modifier will be your proficiency plus strength, but no D anything or anything like that. So be
Punching unarmed damage, effectively.
yeah, pretty much.
I'm gonna think it over about the shield. I'm gonna get back to you about that.
And the shield is the only thing you after.
Any special armor? Nothing usual. Nothing plain, nothing usual. Just the good
Adamantium,
stuff.
some resistance. Mariners, mithril.
Some things that's better than plate.
Normally
You're not
simple
specifying
plates.
the type of plate.
And how did you come by some adamantite? Because I'm looking for some.
Part of the usual order we get from the adamantine companies that create the ore, well, the metal. We have a breastplate, chainmail, half plate, or splint.
I'm looking to get some adamantite myself. Yes. No, on the... Well, what's your most expensive one?
My most expensive
Yes, I just...
plate of armor,
One of
fire resistance.
That's situational, of course, but only works against fire. Don't
Isn't
you have
that
anything
also immune to heat metal?
It would reduce heat metal, yeah.
Tuned. How much for that one?
9,980.
That's a nice price. But yeah, I'm taking the shield in consideration, and I'll get back to you about that one. That's the most interesting one, the shield.
Definitely not this one. What's the Spellguard shield?
It's a little bit out of my league.
Hitty.
Yes, I know.
Anybody else?
What sort of leather do you
Leathers.
stock?
Well, what kind of leather do you look for? Just normal leather, studded, padded?
Well, really just in general light armor. So currently I have rather rare magical leather armor that I wear. So I'd just like to see what other options there may be.
Studded leather
Also-
armor, resistance from necrotic,
Aesthetics
padded
make the
radiance. There's also
Pad-
mariner hide or mariner padded.
And can you give a brief description as to what they are, please?
Well,
As
this
opposed
one,
to just a generic name.
studded leather armor of necrotic resistance, protects you from necrotic damage if you fight a necromancer. Or maybe you have some annoying paladin, you can use this padded armor of radiant resistance. Or
And what level of protection does it offer?
they provide the studded one would give 12 plus dex, and the padded 11 plus dex. The padded
Because the
will
way
give you disadvantage
armor
on
I
stealth.
wear just now has a rating of 2 plus 2.
Is it leather or
Yes, it is leather.
leather? So
Plus
it's
2.
13 plus dex.
13?
11 base for leather, plus 2 from the bonus, and then plus your
Yeah.
dex modifier, up to 5.
Yeah, 13 plus 2. Cool. Oh, sorry, 11 plus 2. So yes, do you have anything that is a much greater rating of 2?
I'm afraid not.
So your variants in the armor that you have
You
are
have
for...
that kind of armor. That hammer you have is expensive.
Yes.
It'd be very
I
hard to
also
replace
have
that.
I also have a +1 that, if you were interested, I might be able to sell to you. Some studied +1, which is the same armor level.
Indeed.
Oh well.
So you wish to sell this?
Well, it's currently in my room, but I don't have it with me.
Ah.
But if you wish to give a good offer, I plan on coming back round to the stores later on today. Just to see if it's worth my while popping in again.
I think we can come to an arrangement. Perhaps she gives a good think over on a price for such an item.
I might be accepting a trade.
Well, the price that I would set that lever to is 1,040 gold. Lever +1 studded.
1,040 is what you would sell it for.
That I'm willing to pay you for.
Ah. Sorry, I must have misheard you. I heard you as in saying that's what you would sell it for within this store, and you were willing to reach an agreement. But
Sorry, your
okay.
tail's distracting me.
How so?
I haven't seen someone wear a tail before.
Wear a tail?
Is it real?
Yes.
Interesting. Well, my offer for such an item is 1,040 crowns.
And the other armors that you said, other than the studded ones, were necrotic and holy resistance.
Radiant and necrotic, yes. The radiant one
Radiant
would
and
fetch
necrotic.
for 4,030, and the studded necrotic would be 4,060.
I don't believe I'd be fighting any one with... Actually, no, I might be actually fighting someone that does radiant damage at some point in the future.
Which actually looks advanced for
Necrotic is
most
more
of
likely. I was thinking of it, Vanzad, but no, I'm not. He's not the centre of that thought. So,
What?
what sort of protection does the necrotic one offer against blows?
blows. Studded would be 12 plus dex.
So, one less than my current armour. Not what I've got on, but just what I'm used to using.
But it would give you plus half damage to all necrotic damage you take.
It would be a gamble. It would be useful if I was to use it in a fight against the undead. I'm surprised you haven't offered it as a contribution towards the perished front.
Not a problem. I'm sure they'll be dealt with soon.
At least you hope.
There's more of us than there is of them.
For now. But yes, I'll consider coming back later. You said 1,040 or so.
1,040. Wait a minute. I think I've given you the wrong price for those items. Oh. Why is my... Yeah, because I've marked it. Oh, I've got the shop open twice. That's what's confusing me. Yeah, I did give you the wrong one because I've given you the markdown price version, the sale price version. Sorry. Just to retcon that, they were... The Radiant one was 7,990, and the Necrotic was 8,040. These ones are worth more anyway than the studded armor, because that one doesn't even come close to them.
No, I don't. I might just pick it up. It is just pocket change, but I'll think about it.
Of course. Of course. Yeah, what about you two?
I don't need armor, and I've already got my weapons, so I'm more just done with these guys.
And you, my lady?
Aimed at Elvavar.
Loda?
Sorry, what?
Are you
I'm
looking
not
for
sure.
anything in particular?
I don't believe so, no.
Well then.
I think I've got everything that I need.
Just a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
How much would you give for a plate plus 2?
I don't have any... Oh, you want to sell that?
Yes.
A lot.
I've added the shop for a second so I can just check the price. Interesting.
It's expensive, no?
For this, 5,030.
That's nice.
Everybody's so silly thinking. Just a little tip to you. The physical protection is not as important as the magical.
True. Nice to know. So 5,000 for the plate, 66,000 for the shield. That's 61 for the shield. Okay. Nice. I'll come back to you. Think I have some other items I can sell you. Maybe.
Okay. Well, thank you all for coming. And
Thank
maybe
you.
we'll do
You're
business in
welcome.
the future.
And again, apologies that I wasn't expecting to end up selling or buying much, so I never actually brought most of my kit with me today.
Most purchases of that level are usually done over time. But selling off any of those items would do me wonders for the day. For the week, in fact. I mean, these things, she taps the big plate armor, they sell for 2,000, sorry, each. And they can fly off the shelves at any upstart with enough money comes by and needs new armor. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
So she pulls out some equipment, so gauntlets, puts it part of the normal plate, and just begins scrubbing what looks to be like a smudge of some sort. And just continues working away, just moving and polishing it down.
So, you want to check out the blacksmith mantra? Mantra. Want to check out the blacksmith for your special?
I think she's hearing us.
Mantra, are you deaf again? Yeah. Thinks she needs to polish her ears or something. Can't you use prejudiciation?
No, I clicked the
ears?
button and I couldn't hear a thing for a second. So what did I miss?
All that talking.
You get called death and all that shit.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay. What about it?
You have to clean out your ears.
Which
Yeah,
one?
I've done
I'm
that.
gonna go
Just reach above you, just
to the
go.
blacksmith.
There we go, that's better.
Blacksmith.
So yeah,
Mantra.
what did I miss?
Blacksmith.
Blacksmith.
Go now.
Are we at the blacksmith?
He's
No,
asking
he's
if you
asking
want to
if
go
you
to the
want to go
blacksmith.
there.
He's
all
now
talking
telling you
about-
we need to go there now.
Yeah.
So, can you check if she has a mind spell on her head or something? Because
No.
So yes, we should go to the blacksmith if we're not. Because as I said, there was something I quickly wanted to check before we went.
Do we still have time before we're required for this inquiry?
Roughly how long do we have left?
Maybe about 40
We did-
minutes.
Okay. We did spend slightly longer in the armour shop than I thought we would have.
Not quite.
But yes, it would still be good to go to the blacksmith. Can we find one?
Make a perception check.
I'm gonna have a look around as well, see what I can see.
Was that because I mentioned it? So that is a 22.
Okay. You see no
When-
blacksmith in the vicinity, but you do spot a place which you spot again. It's Nightseer's Blades.
I rolled a 23, I don't know if that helps.
No difference. Pretty much the same information.
I don't know about a sword shop. I don't know about a blade shop. I would have preferred a blacksmith, but maybe he's got something in house. We'll find out. Let's go there.
Okay, so you head over to
Or
this,
you can
a
find
single story building of beautiful wood with several stained glass windows and dwarf wrought iron finishes. A miniature of engraved runes stands beside the building. Do you enter?
Yes, I'd like that.
As you enter, there is before you, just with his back turned, a towering figure of about 9 feet. In his hand is
Do I
a
recognise him?
massive, huge great axe in one hand, and he's bringing it up, and then you just see a rag, and he's just brushing it down, and he turns around, and you see this massive Goliath pushing probably about 8 feet, 9 feet, give or take, with his brown eyes and with soft, slightly pink tinge to his grey skin, and quite a square and ordinary face, and goes, "Yes."
Hi, do you just make your weapons nearby here?
No,
Do you just buy everything in? I'm not sure if any are local.
pretty much the whole city imports unless it's from the fortress, which is about half an hour's walk down the other way. Why? This is where the business works.
Yes, okay, so do you have any ornamental blades?
Ornamental.
Yes.
I have weapons that can create ornaments. They're called heads and ears.
Yes, that does make sense. I carry many decent blades myself. However, as you can probably tell by my current attire, there is a space for a dagger on this. And with an important meeting that I am expected to go to, I wouldn't like to take a real weapon. I would rather something more blunt or ornamental.
That's amazing.
Ideally, something with a nice handle.
The one thing I ran out of is legit daggers. It's the only thing I do not have in stock.
As what, daggers?
Yeah, some tiefling came in and bought them all.
Ah, you see, I do have a normal dagger, but it is currently not blunted yet.
Not something of that particular.
Well, here's an idea. Is there any way to dull the blade at a more
Well-
exponential rate?
I do not have a whetstone here.
Also, this dagger doesn't quite have as decorative a hilt as, for example, and then I grab my short sword of a sanguine assassin, and I'll go, like, this one has a nice hilt.
Indeed.
But the standard dagger, the hilt's not exactly going to stand out as an ornament.
I mean, if it's just a hilt you want, he picks up this hilt and holds up this little sword and said, Sunblade.
Yes, but that's not exactly going to be ornamental. Upon inspection, you can tell it is magical and a
Indeed.
weapon.
But if it was just a hand you're looking for, that would be the best. Especially when you
True.
activate this.
True.
We've seen one of these before.
I saw
I believe
one,
he has one.
I take out my blade.
Nothing happens.
Not activated, of course. Nothing. Yeah, it's not activated. But
Yes,
just
you're not doing
the
it. Impressive.
I have the same.
Hmm.
And what do you think about this one? And I pull out my main sword.
I mean, it is probably best not showing off weapons to a shopkeeper. He's going to value it to.
Draconic, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't actually have all my normal weapons with me. Normally, I carry quite a few blades on me, but again, was not expecting a fight, so I don't have my longsword or my other daggers or short swords on me.
This looks magical.
Mhm.
Interesting material. What's it made of? Hands it back to you.
Thank you. What was that last part?
What's it made of? The material.
Well, your guess is as good as mine.
I'll have a look at it and see if I can work out what it's potentially made out of.
Make an investigation check with advantage.
That's big. Investigation. That's 27.
It's definitely a metal alloy, and you're seeing some characteristics of some steel. You can't make out the blend that's been created from the steel.
Well, it's a strange blend. There's something mixed in with steel, but it's a unique one.
Indeed.
Hmm.
Are you looking to sell it?
No.
That's fine.
Most
You hear
people
the
don't
door
wish
open
to sell
behind
what
you,
they
and
look like.
somebody comes in as he's handing it back to you. He walks up and he looks at it. Nice sword. I'm here to pick up my parcel, my package. Ah, yes.
Thank you.
He hands
What
over
is-
quite a large sack of coins. He takes this short sword. Actually, we do recognise the kind of short sword it is. It is a short sword of wounding. He-
I
She
have
said-
one of those.
Good for you. His leaves. Looks out. Strangely, the guy was hooded most of the time. You didn't really get to see his face. He leaves, but he does look over his shoulder. He's looking straight at you, Van Zandt.
Probably because they saw a fancy sword.
He closes the door.
Did he have any
and-
sort
and
of
walks off.
logos on his top?
Just some dark brown robes. Nothing. You saw a little bit of leather armor underneath him. Some boots that are quite worn. but nothing abstract. His face wasn't covered. Green eyes, definitely human, but none specific. Quite forgettable.
Could I scribe him if I wanted to?
You could scribe if
Not
you
now,
wanted
of
to.
course. Not now, of course, but later.
If you wanted to.
Okay.
You can
Just
try
want
on
to know.
anybody
I
you
could-
wish. There's just varying difficulties of the scrying requirement. Because they have to make a saving throw if they want to resist the scrying.
Scribe the queen. Ah.
Legendary resistance. Denied.
It says now.
Damn it.
Of course.
Lima, did you see my message?
Oh, because I've been busy role-playing.
Yep.
So I'm just going to talk within the party then while Lima's reading. So I wonder, I mentioned that I'm after a weapon to kind of put in the slots.
Indeed.
I wouldn't quite say
Yeah.
a weapon, more like a decoration.
Yes, do you think any old non-magical weapon might be classed as decorative?
Well, do remember I have the one that we found at the Dwarf City still here.
That's true.
Is quite
That's
fancy.
Yeah, but wearing a dwarf's weapon from a long ago,
Yes.
showing it off.
I think
Mhm.
I think
I think that may
isn't
be in
really
poor
claimed.
taste.
Yes, that isn't really claimed as being properly belonging to us, and I think it is as well like of weapon kind. So that would be a favourite. If it was something like that and you were gifted it for something, then that's a different story.
Picks up
But-
this massive maul and pops it down on the table. And just begins going over there and says, I'll let you all finish.
Thank you.
I thought you were going to suggest that would be a decorative weapon.
Oh, no, this probably well at your price range.
I wonder, so do you have anything? I have quite a lot of swords and daggers. Do you have many piercing finesse weapons?
Finesse. Finesse.
I lift up. I'm like, a lot of the time I carry around some gauntlets of ogre strength, but I'm trying to not rely on them as much.
I have a
All it
couple
takes
of
is for
ordinary
someone to
darts. A dragon
Something more
slayer
magical.
rapier.
What's a dragon slayer rapier like?
Well, your ordinary rapier, except if you find, which has a bit of a bonus to attacking damage rolls of +1. But if you slight a draconic creature, dragonkin, it causes a lot more damage. This includes anything with effectively that could be called a dragon, or a wyvern, or a dragon turtle.
Even kobolds.
I don't know. That's a good question. So holds up.
Because
It's it's quite spiked and it curls a little bit, and the blade is quite long and skinny. And the guard is quite round at the point. He says, "This definitely finesse.
Yes, it does look quite good.
It does an extra 3d6 damage to dragon type creatures.
Okay,
66 on.
and
Basically, it's a
Nice.
free additional sneak attack.
yeah,
Ooh.
well, mini sneak attack. I wonder. Do you have anything rarer at all?
Rare.
Yes. I like my
This is the
exotic
price of the shop right here. The mall. And he's pointing to a
That's not really-
+3 mall.
It's not finesse, I think.
There's some vicious javelins, dart or longbow, which if you crit, they do a flat additional 7 damage.
Yeah. Because of that.
The Sunblade that we've already discussed, the Scimitar of Wounding, but you're looking for piercing, a Mace of Smiting.
Our mace isn't really
A
piercing.
Giant Slayer Scimitar. Don't use it on me. I have a partner. I think the most expensive item is this club. Brings up what looks like quite ordinary. Club of Warning. This will cost you 79,800.
Okay. So how much is your Dragon Slayer rapier?
The Dragon Slayer Rapier would be 10,700.
Does it require attunements? Do you need to properly bond with the weapon?
Don't
or can you
think
just use
so.
it?
No achievement.
Okay.
Is this you literally
You
preparing for
see-
every scenario? You're going to fight the undead and going to fight some dragons?
You see, I collect a lot of equipment.
That was a
and usually
that was a better
store-
question, by the way.
Yes, I know. I'm just like, I usually store a lot in a bag of holding, so sometimes some things might be more situational as we enter a fight.
I should make something called I should really make up a magic item called the Portable Armory, where you just store loads of fucking weapons.
It's effectively
Here's
what
a
my bag
tank.
is. I actually have about 8 blades. Actually, no, I've got more than that. Jeez.
I mean, how many daggers did you have? Because I remember you had 30 at one point because you decided to loot the first
Yeah.
cave of all the daggers.
Pretty much.
Because
I
you guys
pretty
thought you were going to
sold-
have a lot of money. Then you found the treasure room after you looted all the daggers.
I sold like 28 out of 30, so I've got 2 daggers, 2 normal ones. And then one of them, I don't know if you remember, since very early on, Mantra has been polishing a dagger almost every night. So she has a very shiny, unenchanted one that she might just use. She's been polishing it to use as a mirror under doors and stuff.
Mhm.
I believe you remember that now.
How much time do we have left?
You got
Probably about half an hour.
half an hour.
Well,
Is anybody else looking for
Don't-
anything else?
Do you
No.
have any staffs?
Staffs. The great blunt stakes. Yes. A vicious quarterstaff. Extra damage if you crit.
Which Tetsuo likes to do.
I think that's all I have on staffs. That's it.
What is it? Just
On that
just-
20, deal is 7 additional damage.
Yeah, nah. I've got a spear that does a bit more than that. Any spears?
Spears. Plus 1 spear. Pops on the desk. He's looking around, gazing around, see if he sees anything. Four noble spears.
Nah.
Mm.
I've already got a nice spear as is. I was hoping for potentially something a bit with more of a kick to it. But
I take it you stock your normal weapons for people that are interested in defending themselves or learning an art of a weapon as opposed to people that are already
Yeah, 4 ordinary spears, I just said.
Yeah.
Well, you're not listening.
No, I was just in regards to how come you have a +3 weapon in the same shop as you have ordinary. A lot of the time, shops I'm used to
Do you think this
they'll
will
either
sell
have
every day? I've had this for about a
standard
month.
ones. Well, you never know.
How much was the +3 mulligan?
That thing, 21,300.
That doesn't class as a simple weapon, right?
I'm pretty sure that's a martial, and it's heavy as well.
Yeah, that's why I was like, I could be interested in it, but I don't think I can use it. Which is why I didn't use the other weapon we got from.
It is definitely a martial weapon. Heavy two-handed.
You'd think a monk would be able to use martial weapons.
Yeah.
No, because they're not soldiers.
Martial.
Unless you went with the Kenku, I think it's called. Not the Kenku, there's something else.
Ensai.
Sensei, that's it. They use martial weapons.
So, Elve, nothing for you in this shop, or?
I don't think that's a high priority for me at this moment. After all, we'll probably be
Are
back
you
at some point.
carrying your bow just now?
More than likely.
Says, do you have arrows?
I don't see the immediate requirement to have arrows, but if you have an
200
interest in
plus 1 arrows.
selection. I beg your pardon?
200 plus 1 arrows.
Are you estimating that's what's in my quiver, or is that
No,
the
points to
selection that
the
you
big,
have?
huge box crates on the shelf just above his head. Behind him. 33 gold each.
And what
Since they don't
properties do
break.
they have?
They just deal more damage, and but it's plus 1 arrows. Plus 1 to attack and damage rolls.
What else do you have?
Normal arrows. Thousands of them.
Anything else?
I do have a hand crossbow. You look like someone who prefers her ranged weapons.
I do, but crossbows are a little bit primitive feeling. Bulky, needless.
Primitive. That's very contradictory, but each to their own. We do have this vicious longbow. Very vicious.
And what exactly makes it vicious?
On a d20 deals 7 additional damage.
Interesting.
Like your vicious stuff.
I'd imagine yours is better.
I may be back for this. Would you mind holding it for me until later?
That's fine, it's 532 gold.
Okay. And just out of curiosity, just metagaming, I know, but what is the hit bonus for it?
Plus 0.
What?
There goes Statue.
No, my wee sister wanted to come in my room to grab something.
Just means I'm
Hello,
Tetsu for now.
sister.
Vicious
there's
longbow.
There we go.
It grants no damage or attack bonuses.
In that case, no. I'll pass. It's a very nice looking bow, very beautifully carved, but I think I'll stick to my current
It's an
one.
interesting bow you have there. Looks...
Thank you.
Anyway. Anything else?
Tell you what, actually. I'll go ahead and pull out the short bow of the marksman that I was using previously. What do you think you could give me for this?
What is it?
Short bow of the marksman. I'll admit it's in used condition, but it's a rare almost artisan-like bow.
Yeah, I expect it.
Yes, of
Just have his
course.
hands out, so he takes it from you and goes.
It served me well as a good short bow. Good additional damage to anybody that uses it. Has the benefit of having a +1 to attack and damage rolls because of its magical properties.
Is it a simple weapon?
It is, I think.
Because I
Doesn't
can use
say
a
one way or the
crossbow
other.
or simple weapons. So
If you'd rather have it mantra, then that's fine with me. I was just looking to get it valued.
I need time to actually
Well, you
figure
might
out
as
what
well.
price is. I've never seen something like this before.
you might as well still get it valued.
Mm-hmm.
And just in case you weren't aware, if you shoot with this weapon outside of 30 feet, so you get 35 plus feet, then you gain +2 to any sneak attack damage rolls you'd have. Plus 2d6. And I'll say that can go to 4d6 in a crit. Just trying to bring up.
A short bow is a simple ranged weapon. So yes.
People usually use them for hunting, so.
Yeah. Just along with a light crossbow, but I can use a normal crossbow. So, just out of instance before we go, you said you have a crossbow.
Yes, hand crossbow. Pulls it down.
Okay.
+2. And
+2.
yeah, these
I
just
had
use
some
arrows.
practice. I had some practice. So you said it uses arrows.
Yes,
Yeah,
all crossbows use
as
arrows.
opposed to bolts.
I don't see bolts as an actual option. I'm pretty sure they don't have bolts. Oh no, apologies. There is crossbow bolts. Me being silly. Yes, I have 2 packs of bolts, 20 rounds each. Each pack will cost you 1 crown.
You don't have any sort of form of magical bolts.
Not came across them recently. I had a few, but they've been howled out of my. Some people have
I
taken
guess
them.
popular.
Uh,
Yes.
There was. Oh, I can't remember what they're called. A such type. Someone with a weapon that is more pronounced on undead. They were heading north with that crossbow. And they wanted lots of ammunition.
Yes, because when you fight at some creatures, non-magical weapons are not very effective.
Not quite.
And I believe that might occur with bolts as well.
Just trying to think what it was called.
Actually, yeah, out of context, like external question. See if you use a magical bow with normal arrows, does that count as a magical weapon or a non-magical weapon?
The weapon's still non-magical. The arrows are magical. Yeah, once it hits a target, the animation is no longer magical, so the +1 elements expire upon firing.
So it's a weapon that needs to be magical, not the arrows.
Yeah, once the ammunition is fired, that's magical. It loses magical effects after the firing, as in after it hits. It just turns to a
So
normal
if
arrow.
something, so if something is resistant to non-magical damage, then normal arrows will still do the same amount of damage if you've got a magical bow.
There is some very nice
That's my
arrows.
question.
That's fine. So there is an interesting arrow you can have while you're looking to slay dragons or undead. Because there's an arrow
Most
called
probably undead.
There's an arrow of slaying you can get that can have a special effect against certain type, race, or group associated with the arrow itself. For example, if you had an arrow dragon slaying and you shot a dragon with it, a lot of damage. The creature would be required to take a 6d10 piercing damage if it fails a saving throw, or half as much on a successful one.
Interesting. I mean, to be honest, part of my reason for asking about bows, I do prefer being up close and personal. There's nothing quite like it, I believe. You get a nice amount of... what's the best way of describing it?
You can feel the
Corpse
crush.
Slayer.
Adrenaline.
That's it. Corpse Slayer is what I'm thinking of. If you hit undead with a weapon, it was a bit more damage. And the creature has disadvantage on saving throws. It was a very good. This little war cleric, I can't remember her name, Asuran. She was here to buy a Corpse Slayer crossbow because she was going to help defend a group called the Sand Reavers. I think that was her. After she attempted to take down the Necromancer or something.
Can I roll a history check on that? Because I'm pretty sure I know what that was to do with.
Yeah.
If you're willing to share the clientele, or the people that have bought
19.
from you, would it be inappropriate if I was to ask if a certain person has bought from you today? Or this
No.
week?
I got it the way I got you. Asuran, I think her name was. She's quite famous. She's one of the members of the council. Surely you've heard of her. Mir and that. I can't remember all the names.
I mean, we have Alphathor right here, who was in the council in a fall.
Alphathor. I don't recognize that name.
Perhaps my surname
Sounds
would be
similar
more...
to somebody called Alvi, some party girl that lived on Mercador. But that was a goblin.
No. Yeah, of course, no relation at all. Perhaps my surname would be more memorable, LaBelle.
Afraid not.
Captain LaBelle.
Nope, never heard of it.
But yes, I'm actually asking about someone that was on Lunar Fall, if they popped by at all recently. Another Goliath like yourself.
I haven't seen any Goliaths around here. It would be good to see some of my own kind. I know there is someone
I
I've
mean,
seen.
you probably saw Niall.
Yeah, that's him. He came through. He wanted to sell this weapon that I couldn't afford.
Is that a Vorpal blade?
No,
By
it
any
was
chance?
Nope.
something. It was some sort of not an axe.
Maul?
Not lance. It was a lance called a dragon lance.
Yeah, Dragonland?
Yes. The dragon lance. If I remember. Pulls out a book. Begins reading through it quite quickly. As for your thing, you recognise the name he said, Asuran, as one of the members of the Galuna Castle. You remember the word Sand Reavers is part of Salavanos' other party.
Yep.
But that's all you determine from that. As for this, yes, a dragon lance is a renowned a weapon forged from the rare metal at the aid of powerful artifacts associated with Bahamut. Different lances are forged for use by foot soldiers as pikes for riders, or by soldiers as pikes, or riders as lances. But the magical properties of the weapons are quite similar. These weapons deal extra damage to dragons, and any dragon you see, any dragon of your choice that you see within 30 feet, you can immediately use its reaction to make a melee attack. So it's good for a dragon fighting a dragon. I couldn't afford that. The thing's worth a couple of mil.
I wonder where.
I don't
you
think he was
got
looking
that.
to sell. I think he was wanting me to identify it. We spent a good hour talking about it. He said he's going to be using it to try and hunt down a blue dragon. Or Dragolich.
Ah, yes. Well,
He had a fancy
yes.
set of grey axes as well. One
yes.
sparkling, one
We know.
frozen. And also
Yep,
this
we know.
beautiful Vorpal blade. I would have sold my maul for it.
Yes, I help him bought it.
Ah, you're acquainted.
Yes, he's a friend of
We
ours.
are.
You know a
So-
lot of Goliaths anymore.
My father.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were using some sort of alter self spell.
She's not.
It would be apparently. I thought it was apparently obvious that I was most probably adopted if I said my father was a Goliath.
Let's see.
But yes, I was brought up by a Goliath. You probably have heard of him.
I might do if I know his name.
Demiantis.
There's
He
another
was in the
Goliath in
camp.
town. He's called...
Or does he only go by surname for now?
There's another Goliath in town. He's going to be participating in the High Harvesttide show at the arena.
Oh, it would be interesting to watch. I'm going to be joining as well.
Impressive.
And so is Tetsu here. Tetsu's a
Mhm.
regular at these arena competitions.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Do you know who you're fighting?
No, I've been told I'm one of the kind of main fights.
Indeed you are. You've been advertised for weeks.
I know who I'm fighting.
Hmm.
My sister. That'll be fun.
You must be in an opening fight.
Is there any word about a certain paladin fighting someone?
I know
I
there's
believe you're a
a
late entry.
common criminal that's been put into fights. There's a few other fights.
Come on, criminal.
Someone
Yes, my
called
sister.
Vacant or something like that. That's what his name was in the poster. Yeah, Vacant. Look, pulls up a poster. It does say Vacant. There we
They
go.
can't.
Yep, it's someone with a shield of Bahamut. That's you.
No. That's not my name. No.
Ah. Yes. They got my name right, but screwed up yours.
Oh, well.
Typical.
Did I forget
Typical.
my name correct?
They can't. Does it this
The
way I'm
sneaky
fighting?
clat lady.
Yeah,
That's not
that-
that sneaky.
that's 100% correct.
A sneaky, I thought
Apparently
you said
you're-
stinky.
If I remember the story behind this one, the fighter named you.
Okay, and what is the other fighter called on this poster?
The Grand Mistress of... It looks at the
Of
thing.
course she chose Mistress.
The Mistress of Pain.
And who's fighting? They can't.
They can't. Someone called Frederick.
Frederick.
Well, that won't be too much of a challenge. Somebody called Frederick.
Thank God. Fisherman James.
See,
Good.
I honestly thought my sister would have went with the Mistress of
Fisherman
Night.
James, he's taking
because
part.
Her name is based on Night.
He's-
Really?
Please tell me you're joking.
He's in the opening fight. He's fighting someone called... An open challenge.
That's who.
Called what?
Open
An open challenge.
He'll pull someone in for the arena. Possibly it's something they do, and he's the one up this year. I heard he did really well in the Samir festival, fire festival.
Yes, that was
Yeah, he
funny
did.
watching.
Took out this absolutely amateur fighter. All showed no substance. All flash, no substance. Monk from Dosh.
Don't know
I'm
what you're
looking
talking
at
about.
it too.
I heard that guy
This one?
retired or died. He turned into a pirate and got eaten by some sort of dragon turtle. No idea.
Yeah, that's probably what happened.
It's a shame that Alpha
Yeah.
Goliath is not taken apart because he won that tournament in Samir. Did he not?
Yes.
I think he did. Well,
This
He
Frederick
was
side.
he was called out for duty. He's fighting on the front line.
Frederick. Can you tell me more about
Frederick?
Frederick Bloke?
No, we
Not
should
much.
probably get a move on. I think we're expected back in about 20 minutes now.
Mm-hmm.
Can I take the folder with me? Or do you have any spare folders?
no.
Rapier
my-
of Dragon Slaying. Can you put it aside for me, please?
Name?
Mantra.
Kiki Cat.
Mantra daughter of some sort of
Mantra Drake Fury.
That's the one.
Sneaky cat. Frederick.
You got your name accurate.
By the way, these things are fake. These are just some people trying to promote the fight. They write their own material.
Yes. Well, my sister probably did fight Sneaky Cat, to be honest. Because she would have wanted to annoy me.
Thank God it wasn't Smelly Cat.
Mm-hmm.
All I think of there is friends.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Look at the time. 10 a.m.
Yes.
And
Really?
We should probably get going now.
yeah,
Yep.
Yeah.
we've got a bit of a meeting to go to.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
something important. We definitely finally dressed for such occasion.
Oh, yes, sorry. Just quickly. Do you have any common weapons that I can just break the handle off? That has a fancy handle? No? If not,
He
it's
turns
fine.
around and picks up. I've actually closed the shot 1 second.
Because I was saying something ornamental, but if you had maybe an ornamental longsword that had a nice short handle.
A short sword or something.
Yes, and then I just break the blade off it so it fits in. That's when he's like, "You break what?"
Never. You want to use my sunblade?
I actually do not have a short bow.
Short sword.
Son.
But yeah,
I don't actually have a short sword. I am actually surprised. People keep buying them.
Or a common rapier.
A rapier?
Mantra. We can move
Yes.
on.
33 gold.
What's the handle look like?
Brings up to you. It's a, those half spherical with a nice leather hilt with a grey metal looking blade.
Okay, so like, see the bit going over the hilt, is it just like solid cast metal, or is it like proper intricate details?
It's just wrapped in leather.
Alright.
It does
Nah,
have that.
but I'll
It
risk
does
it.
have that round guard.
I think I'll just risk it with my normal weapon. Worst case scenario, obviously it's not allowed. And then I take out my short sword of Sanguine Assassin and put that in a slot.
Yeah,
which
I'm all
probably has a
short
very
swords.
intricate looking.
Between that tiefling buying all 200 of my daggers and
Why would you buy so many daggers?
She said you need it for some sort of fight. I'm not sure.
I think you're in for
Also,
a challenge, Mantra.
also,
Yes, apparently so. And also, why is my camera frozen?
It's not frozen on stream though.
Has it not?
Oh, it is.
No.
Yep, it is. For me, it's frozen.
yeah, your
It's a funny
camera's
face.
gone. Just restart your camera. And as for the short swords, everybody's been arming themselves because they're worried about the undead, so it's good business for me.
That makes sense.
Okay, Mantra, buy your sword. We need to go.
That's fine. I'll just use this one. Let's go.
Do you
Thanks.
need
But yes,
do
can
you
you
need
keep that dragon on the
a
side?
blade popped?
So what? Sorry.
Do you want the blade popped?
I slightly flash a weapon. I went not necessary because it's my short sword of Sanguine Assassin, so it's quite a rare one.
You got another one?
What do you mean?
Like a dagger? I can do that thing for you. It'll just be
No,
a
it's
handle.
okay. Nah, it's okay. I'll just go like this. I have a normal unenchanted dagger, but it doesn't exactly have fanciest of handles.
You do have one that's basically a tooth as well. We also got one that's
Yes,
legit
I
a
do.
tooth.
Yeah, the Dragon Claw one. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But yes, if you keep that dagger aside, that's rapier aside, the Dragon Slayer
I have.
one, I'll be happy.
Literally. Bring it to the note, shows it to you. Cat of Goliath. Rapier of Lizard Slaying. I can't spell dragon.
Well, let's get moving.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Up, up.
Good morning.
Much appreciated.
And we rushed where we're meant to go.
You're rushing?
I'd like to quickly stop by a room to drop off one of my weapons. I've decided just to take the really shiny dagger,
It's
the
on the way.
non-magical one.
It is on the way.
Yeah,
That's absolutely
so
fine.
I'll just carry a non-magical, really shiny, really polished dagger, because I think at least with that it shows this hasn't been shown combat. This dagger.
Yeah, and Tetsu just leaves his bag of holding, but still has his bracers on.
So, as you head back to the de facto Palace District, head up to the estate that you were staying in. Guards nod you in. So you all head up into the door near to where your chambers are, up the stairs. You come up and the door to your room is open.
Okay. Is there anyone in?
Again.
You hear whispering, but it's not audible. When you pass perception, you wish to listen in carefully, or do you want to look in or walk in?
I would
You
like
come-
to look in.
You look in, you see a couple of servants, including some girls, literally sat with Toto, who's literally on his back, and he's just like, and they're just feeding him bits of food. And he says, "Oh, who's so beautiful? Oh, looky here." They said, "Hi."
Hi.
Having fun.
Hello.
He wouldn't
And
let
I
me
helped
leave,
you.
and then everybody found out about this little fluffer wuffer. He's so cute. What's his name?
His name is Toto.
Hello, Toto.
Monster eater of pie.
He's a fed him a lot, so is that not going to be an issue?
As long as it's
He
not my
wouldn't let us
room.
leave until we fed him, and he's still not let us left yet. He looks up at
He's
you. and
always
goes-
hungry.
He looks up with you, and as he looks up, his gums drop down, and you can see his teeth. He's like,
Upside down dog face.
upside down. Yes.
Toto, come. You've occupied these ladies' time enough. Don't argue with me. Come on.
But by the way, there was this quite strange smell. Did somebody have an accident?
I don't know. I cleaned all the smells and surfaces.
I guess
Unless he's done it somewhere else.
I guess it was this big fluffy beast.
Maybe best to air out the
It was
room.
definitely the beds. But it's fine, they've all been changed. Well, once we get that pile out, and she nods towards the big pile of dirty sheets.
They're not dirty.
We still
I
change.
cleaned them. No, I cleaned them with magic, so they're not dirty.
That's fine. It's part of our job.
Yep, I go ahead and drop my bow off and just go, Toto, come on, let's go.
We can
Can
hear
you hear
you.
me now? Yeah, there we go.
Yep.
Hey! It's a little button if it doesn't work on the actual flop. Right. So, are you guys wishing to do anything while they wrap up and take the laundry from the room?
I'm just going to go quickly in my room and try and find a place to hide my bag of holding.
I'm gonna check out the laundry.
Oh, thank you. Takes the
Just
stuff and
because.
puts in a big basket.
Does it look like the stashes have been disturbed at all?
Doesn't seem to be. One of them has been nudged a little bit. But that was also where all the pile was next to, of the laundry that they were trying to cover up. It still
Okay.
appears to be locked. Doesn't look like it's been opened. At least at glance.
Just
Okay. So I'm going to get my bag of holding, and I think I'm going to put it in a closet beside my bed as well.
I didn't know if you wanted me to roll something to see if I find a place to hide it.
Okay, make a sleight of hand check.
Uh, 23.
23. Let me find somewhere to actually note these down in case this just becomes important. You never fucking know.
I've already had one thing stolen out of my room before. I'm not having a fucking full bag of holding stole.
What's inside your bag of holding?
Especially when it's...
Pretty much everything I have.
Take it with
Besides,
you.
besides my
What you're wearing?
bracers. My bracers that I've got under my kind of fancier clothing.
That's fine. So
Yeah,
all
'cause
weapons,
I-
etc.
Yeah, I'd expect her not to take weapons down, but at least there's like armory stuff and whatnot.
Mantra?
So,
Sleight of hand check for storing away your items.
are there any sort of weapon holding areas within the room? Like, because I'd imagine if they weren't
There's a
in the bag of
chest that could be
holding,
locked. There's chests in each of the rooms that they seem to be filled with stuff.
what sort of stuff?
Like, put bags in, items, treasures, whatever.
Yeah,
Big enough. But
I'm
2
going to put a
meters
bag
wide.
in a chest in my room and then lock it,
That's fine.
along with my normal backpack as well.
Okay. Anything else?
But
anybody wants
can
to do?
I nudge one of the pins slightly out of place, just so that a normal key might not unlock it first try, just to deter people?
Make a picklock check.
So that's
Dex plus your
getting
proficiency
my bonus.
if you're using field tools.
So, yeah, that's 18.
18. Okay.
Just wanted to do it in a way that it's going to slightly deter someone. If I put in a key, they might think it's the wrong key. Try other keys, and it'll buy me some time if I needed to. Not enough to actually fuck the lock, but just to slightly wedge one of the pins out of place.
That's fine. Alpha Mantra, are you guys storing anything here before you leave?
I'll go ahead and store my
Yeah.
bow and just like scratch behind Toto's ears going, "No, were you making friends?"
I'm not storing anything.
You're bringing your.
You're going to go down with all your weapons?
So you're going to go down with your sword.
Yeah.
That's absolutely fine. So, everybody happy and ready to go?
I'm gonna
Suppose.
lock my room.
You lock your room, okay?
And I think I'll probably also lock the room when I go out, if my room has a lock on it. But before I do so, I'm going to take a small bit of ribbon and set it precariously on the edge of the chest so that a sudden gust of someone running past would knock it off. Or if someone was to open the chest, it should fall off. And I'm going to take a mental image of how it's sitting on a chest, so I would know if it's fallen off and then been put back on.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Very subtle thing.
While Tetsu's walking out of his room, he is going to be casting. I'm no idea if I'm going to pronounce this right, but A-U-G.
Augury.
I'm not even that. Like, I knew I was going to not pronounce that right.
That's fine.
To try and see what the potential outcome of the next 30 minutes could be, whether it be wheel, whatever.
Wheel, roll. Yeah, no. No, I have to double check the actual meaning of those words. Because those are phrases I do not encounter day to day.
Is good results, woe is bad results, wheel and woe being both good and bad, and there is the option for nothing as well, resulting that aren't specifically good or bad.
Nothing.
I thought that's what I was going to get, but just doing it anyway.
That's absolutely fine. So you take a minute to cast that. Do you have a March Sticks Bones or similar tokens worth 25 gold with you?
I would presume so, because he's had plenty of chance to be able to get any of those kind of things, and he
Great.
does like have cards that he could potentially use that for. So I don't know if cards would work with that.
I don't think does the playing cards, are they worth 25 gold?
I could potentially got very expensive cards.
I'm gonna have to say you're gonna have to actually do that properly, unless you specifically state you're
Gold
picking up
backed
something, because there's
ones.
nothing unfortunate you've got that
Yeah.
on you that you would have allowed you to actually cast that spell like that. Good call, but you lack the material components.
Okay, no worries. So
I've already
that's
given you
spell-
the results anyway before I even check the components.
You got a one-off lucky one.
I'll make sure that that's still consumed anyways, because the way I kind of fucked up on that. I've not actually had to use
No,
a
that's fine.
spell
Keep your
that
spell
actually-
slot. You didn't cast it. You can't cast it without the spell, the components. Okay. Anything else you want to do?
No.
Okay. So does you all leave a room, lock up, take the belongings, including one dagger and one claw of justice. I presume you're leaving your sunblade behind, or are you bringing that as well, and your great sword?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm bringing my shield, my armor, and my sword with me.
So you're
My main
carrying your
sword.
armor because you were in flying clothes.
Yeah,
Yep.
you were in fine clothes before.
I'm going full armor.
Right, you'll have to spend
Well,
some
wait.
time getting into that equipment.
10 minutes.
And I think it was only about 10 minutes we had left.
We probably didn't even have 10
possibly
minutes.
Not even that.
Oops.
So what are
I'll
you
just
doing?
blame the cat. I'm going full armor.
Are you guys waiting for him?
No.
That's fine. Everybody heads off.
I'm not.
Okay, as you
As much as
make
the
your way.
term fast.
Mantra, quick idea. Can't you use your familiar and put it in this room? Just keep an eye on the room.
I mean, we're probably going to be more than 1,000 feet away,
No idea.
or 100 feet away.
Oh, it's only 100 feet.
I mean, I can place Silvio here to act as a deterrent. Silvio knows a couple of magic tricks these days. Silvio, would you
because-
like to stay back and make sure all my stuff's fine? If you do, I don't know if Toto's staying back as well. Is Toto staying, or is Toto going?
I mean, I did call for him to join us, so
Yeah, so is Toto coming with us for the debriefing?
Putting a magical elk in the room would be kind of obvious.
Yes. Well, Silvio, can you possibly stay back and keep an eye on the room for us? If so, I can make sure you get something nice afterwards to make it worth your while.
I mean, just so that Toto isn't engorged with too many treats, because I have no idea how many that the housekeeping staff have fed him. And we all know what he's like. He's a bit gluttonous in that regard.
So he's going to fart a lot during a debriefing. Pleasant. But yes,
Would you rather sleep in a room
Alas,
filled with farts?
the term fashionably late does not quite apply to meetings like this. Being late is just plain rude, so I'm going to head off now. I'll see you down there.
Okay,
I'm
so
following
heads off.
behind you.
Tetsu heads off. Alvor, what are you doing?
I'm summoning Toto to come with us and heading off.
Okay. Banzand? Still
I'm
staying?
getting my gear on.
That's fine. So as you guys head across, you meet outside escort waiting for you. And it says, you are here. Perfect. My name is Delimic Oren. I will be one of the Inquisitors who will be questioning you today. I believe you are Mantra, Alvor, and Tetsu. Where is your friend Van Zandt?
He's
trying-
insisting. Oh, on you go, Tetsu.
I was just going to say he was trying to make himself look fancy.
I see.
Making an attempt at least. He's insisting on wearing his full plate because
He will not
that
be
is
allowed in the building with any
fancy
armor or
dress
weapons.
for paladin.
He will not be allowed in the.
Oh, before I head then, is that okay?
No.
And I pull out a weapon. It's not magical, and as you can tell by the amount it's been polished.
It will need to be
It
confiscated until you leave.
Sad.
You can leave it
Okay.
here, or you can bring it with you, and they'll confiscate it at the entrance.
Just it looks very bad wearing a suit that has the
I'm sure everybody will understand.
weapon holster. I've worn this for diplomatic missions and other high councils, but okay. And I go back and I place it just in a common room.
Tess is going to about turn and put his braces in since they're kind of talking about armor and stuff.
Okay, you leave your braces behind as well. Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I do have my Ellen Cape on, but
That's fine. Wait, you
It's
guys
not
have that cape,
magical
but
or
not your magic,
anything.
not your dimension door cape.
I'd imagine magical items are going to be detected as soon as we go in, so I've not got that on.
Well, some items would be allowed as long as they're not weapons. The armor would be disruptive, to say the least. I mean, there already will
okay.
be people in armor, but
I mentioned cape below my Ellen cape then.
that's fine. I don't think
I
there'll be
come
arrest today,
storming
so if you have to go somewhere very quickly, I'm sure that will work. you've already used the charge for. So, no, you didn't. You didn't use the charge, did you? That was Tetsu. That was Echo pretending to use the dimension door. That's fine.
Oh yeah, no, I had actually used the charge. Yeah.
Yes, she did.
You're not the first ones to be called, but they are expecting you. I think the first people who will be called is Captain Andros Lane and Mir. So they'll be the first ones brought to discussions, and they will be waiting. I also should let you know who will be presiding while we're waiting. Your friend will be invited on the way there. Jeffron Dragonbane, Supreme Commander of the Arcadian military, will be presiding, along with Aaron Blackfur, Supreme Justicar of Arcadia, and Heron Lightspeak, Archpriest and Grand Cleric of Arcadia. Myself and my colleague Wit will be questioning you on the matters relating to that. The witnesses to be summoned: Andros Lane, Beer, Jean Lisbane, Maurice Handshell, Her Royal Highness Nice Valras, Alvor Nidra, Mantra, Echo, Tetsu, Van Zandt. And there's a few dignitaries, so Best Behaviour, His Royal Highness Jevron Arcadia, Prince of Arcadia, Percy Warmbottom, the Chancellor of Trade and Commerce, Gaius Sheik, the Commander of the Arcadian Watch, Sir Lewis Bracken, a Knight of Alaria, representing Alaria's interests, Gafura Blessmaker, High Ambassador of Maldor, Hadiglyph Darkbraid, Grand Artisan and Wealth, Artisan of Wealth of Maldor Empire, His Royal Highness Northam Everstone, his heir to the Maldor Empire, and Brian North, Chancellor of Trade and Foreign Affairs of Dosh.
I have a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
So, with a lot of the people here who have titles, or honorary titles at least, how come you're using their titles, but you're not using Van Zandt's title or my titles?
There's been a bit of an issue regarding the legitimacy of his heirness to Bracken City, and Bracken City is not exactly legally. We can't, on the basis of his heritage. We also cannot, on the basis that Bracken City is technically an annexed land.
Okay.
Albeit we don't recognise any sort of government that would.
Is the same
operate
for
such a
my
way.
title, because my title is through Dosh.
And your titles have not been spoken to us.
Well, normally I don't insist on people using titles, but when you're referring to many people who have titles, it feels slightly off not using them.
And pulls up in Quill.
So the probably most easiest one for you to note down is probably just Lady Mantra Elinari.
Okay.
I do have the estates, however, Lady is probably the most commonly accepted titles around.
And can I come down already, or am I still?
You're still getting ready. We hear a few thuds and a few bang, ding, ding. Going upstairs, look up and goes, anybody want to go up and tell him no with the armour? He can bring his weapon, but it'll be confiscated, but the armour will be too much.
Is he within message range?
We're going to say yes, because you are just downstairs.
I'll just cast message. Van Zandt, your armour will be confiscated at the door. You're probably best wearing just your fine clothes.
Damn it!
He's going to spend the rest of the 5 minutes removing what he has already got on.
But I am bringing my shield and my sword.
Which you do get a reply of.
Just
Did you reply through message with that? Vanzant.
yes.
Okay. I'm going to message back. No points, unless you wish to leave it in the holds of the guards at over there.
I think he feels
Yes,
safer near to his weapon and not.
I
Yeah,
normally
bring
feel
it.
safer with a weapon. I feel slightly exposed right now.
You've got an entire
Not going to
watch
lie.
of Arcadia plus an army. You've also got some rogue guards. You've got Mir of all people. I'm sure needs to
Yes,
address some talents. You've got your monk here who understand does for a mean punch. I'm rooting for it. Actually, no, I'm not going to root for you. I don't like your chances.
I don't blame you. I don't know who's fighting, so.
Oh, I've been told not to tell you. It's a big secret.
We keep getting bet donations, by the way, just in case you haven't noticed.
Jesus Christ, I do not notice this because I turned off the audio warnings. Thank you very much, Rage and Sane, with the 100 bits, the 100 bits, the 100 bits, the 50 bits, the 50 bits, and the 100 bits. Not in that order.
It's got a lot of bits.
All of the bets.
Yes!
Thank
So
you.
far, 500 bets.
Well, I've used too.
I'm just glad we're here to give you something interesting to do on the Monday night, because this is the start of the week. We make Mondays great again. So
now I'm coming down with my shield and my sword.
it says it's about time. We're going to be later this time.
Yes, I know. But
This way.
okay.
To lead you off along with the contingent of guards who around you guys, and you see as you're coming out another man with some red skin, with some horns, and he goes, wait. These are the people. Did they have a name? I forget. Just to both walk off, and he looks at you, looks at all of you, and he looks at Matt and Fanzand. He goes, okay, let's go. Because this could be interesting. He looks back at Vanzand a couple of times, looks you over and goes, you look somebody who should have spent time in jail.
Don't like the red pointy.
They paint you quite
guy.
poorly over at Mercador, do you realise that?
Paint what, sorry?
I'm talking about your friend here. They don't have very fond descriptions of you. It seems your reputation from your fight in Mercador has brought you your reputation over here.
Ah, well.
That's an interesting sword. Please, I told them. Okay.
And
I'm sure you're aware of it. Every main group of adventurers usually has someone that they struggle to control, or struggle to get to play nice with other people. Just not very common that said person is a paladin.
And what's your name? I missed
Wit.
that. Wit.
Inquisitor
Nice to meet you, Wit.
of Arcadia. I'll be asking you questions on your conduct. We'll also be looking into the rumor incident and also the octopus man. I believe it's called a bite flare.
Ah, my friend.
Indeed. Interesting. And also your journey to Arcadia. Not in that particular order. We usually go to good orders, but there's people who have prior appointments with the Emperor who are participating, who are going ahead of you. So, as you walk up, you enter this large courtyard and head up to this large white marble stairs, this large building ahead of you. You see decorated guards, but not many civilians in sight. as you head in. You have drawn quite a crowd, by the way.
Seems like it.
Oh, I busted sarcasm. And it brings you in. It says, "This is where your group is," and you see Echo going,
Hello.
"Hi. So, are we getting hanged yet?"
Possibly.
Cool. I've got bags. Unfortunately, I'm going to take one of you. I'm taking the wolf.
Indeed, you will not.
Hi, Elvie.
Hello.
We'll call for you soon.
Can't wait.
So, both men leave. 2 guards remain inside, just watching you. With spears in hand. Full plate. Can't see their faces. They're quite regal looking. What do you guys want to do while you're sitting in this room? You see here, there's a few benches and sofas, quite comfortable looking. Looks like a jug full of water with some mugs. It's quite relaxed, but nothing too fancy.
I am going to act relaxed and comfortable, kind of like leaning back and stretching. But I'm going to keep an eye on the guards.
Okay. You want? Is this a passive look or an intensive look?
Well,
Not look. I mean observation. Are you
yeah,
trying to be
so
subtle about
no,
it, or are you trying
I'm not
to?
going. I'm going to try be stealthful about it. I'm trying to make it not look like I'm constantly watching them. But it's going to be a case of I'm going to be like looking forward while they're over there. And I'm going to see them out the corner of my eyes.
So on that, I'll let you to make a perception check with disadvantage. Because you're not putting a direct focus on them. So that
Yeah,
would
so
impact your
basically
ability.
I don't have my depth because only one eye would see them effectively.
Not just
But
that, but
with
it's also,
disadvantage, that is a 20.
that's fine. You can see them moving a little bit, but it looks like they're trying to keep their legs moving. Something the Vansid knows all about. Standing for long periods of time is very tiresome, and moving the legs a little bit in a very subtle way helps keep the blood flowing, keeps you awake.
They're doing a good job.
This is just going to find a comfy seat and just sit down and take a drink of water.
A little water, take a sip, yeah.
Yes, great.
Drink. Tastes quite good for water. Usually water's not quite as clean,
Mm.
but quite similar to what you've already been drinking at the estate you'll be staying at.
Well, a lot of interesting people are gathered here for our debriefing.
Does it really surprise you we had to essentially dethrone a duke?
Yeah, but still.
Also, I believe that Mia is probably being questioned on the civilians believing beforehand that he was
The-
threatening to fireball everyone.
Yeah. Oh well.
So,
We'll see where this goes.
as much as it wasn't the case, I have a belief that we're on a fact-finding mission as well here. So we're probably going to be asking and dismissing all of the rumours that I've went through.
Yes.
Sir Lewis enters the room, says, "Hello, everyone. So,
Hello.
you started 2 hours ago, and they're on recess just now. They've pretty much spoken to nearly everybody. The next person they're going to be speaking to is Nice Valdras, who is waiting with the other people here. Give you a recap of what's happened from the best of my memory. Captain Lane was asked to describe the conditions and the threats, the problems that we're facing on the Mercado Island. It was a full report. It was detailed, and I've been through debriefs on war fronts, and that was ridiculously long. That was like a commander stuck behind enemy lines for years to try to give a full recount of everything. It was quite impressive. Nice job with the Hill Giants, by the way. They are singing your praises. Mir had been asked about the history of the Duke, the island, his involvement, the incidents regarding his attacks on his tower. John Lionsbane has been called into question. All of the circumstances regarding why you were chosen to be hired. They're recessing to talk to a few people in Samir about that, just for validation. But also why there's such an interest in what his thinking was, which Jevron and Yeren were fully aware of anyway, so that there is going to check out fine. Maurice has been questioned on. He's been one that's been communicating over, and why he. Turns out that Maurice and Mir had never met each other yet, which is quite rare for two, we'll say, dignified magicians of their level, serving the same nation, effectively. I know Mir is independent, but
I know from history, Mir likes to keep to himself a lot of the time, unless
Indeed.
he's working within a small team. He doesn't tend to work with many people at a time. I often get a feeling that he prefers the company of a few as opposed to that of the many.
well, I know Mir well. We travelled together a long time.
I used to see him when I was just a small.
I seen you when you were
person.
small as well.
Yes.
I took you to. Remember that time we went to the Austral City?
Yes.
Had you pinch something that was stolen? Don't.
Correct.
I'm sure Demiantis has reminded you not to have any dealings with the Dark Reef cartel. You know exactly. If they found out
Well,
what
we
we
didn't
did,
leave much
'cause
evidence, did we?
they did suspect us, but we were all there and accounted for. They didn't suspect anybody else was there. Thankfully, two small children with Mirror's magic. It was quite impressive show. I'm surprised they didn't.
It was.
They saw that two children. I heard you killed somebody. That's impressive for your age. I'm
We
not
also left
fond-
him in the Astral Sea.
No, there was blood. There's mess.
No, well, we mostly cleaned it with prestidigitation, but yes, we left the person. Yeah, that was specified during it. We used
Okay.
prestidigitation.
Sorry, I might be mismemory. Sorry, this is
Um,
one of the people.
we must have only been a couple of bits of drops of blood or something you saw.
No. They know somebody was there, but they're blaming someone. They're blaming the person that's missing that stole the item.
Yes, there was a third party there. There was a bounty hunter.
Here's a question. Have you heard of somebody called Alejandro?
Yes,
He
rings
lives-
a bell.
His estate has been calling upon people to journey to somewhere called Pandemonium
Okay.
to recover a gem. I think that's well
Not
out
aware
with
of this.
your pay grade. And I don't think any of you have
Yes.
extra planet travel, do you?
Not really, no.
Something about a card. Cause something was missing. Something. We're not sure.
If,
Is that a person in Samir with a fancy estate?
Yeah, that was the one. Sorry, that was the one who drew the void card.
Deck of many things. Yeah.
The one who had the other half of the extra dimensional lockbox that allowed you guys to open it after trying to work through a difficult puzzle. Open up the deck.
Oh yes.
Cause a bit of chaos.
Now that I recall, actually, I believe Alejandro was opening or drawing cards from a deck of many things. Did someone explain to us after the fact?
No idea.
So yeah, it's not sure what happened. They just went unconscious and disappeared.
It's as if his mind and soul left his body.
Oh, I
He's
have
unconscious.
a unrelated question. So you have two guards here
Mhm.
in full suits of armor. Hi, by the way. Just a quick question: are these from the same platoon or are they from different platoons? So I'm
Depends
sure
on
since
looks
you're
and-
aware of our history, you're sure from Samir that I was pretty much stolen, locked up, and tortured by guards of the one platoon, so I'm a little bit uneasy. Not going to lie.
Just looks at his shoulder and looks at both of them and says, I have no idea. He says, are you seen from the same platoon that handles Smear and they both look at each other? And he goes, no. I work here.
Yes, but are they from the same group or are they from different groups? Because I would probably prefer two different groups.
They look
That way,
really...
if one of them was suspicious, then the other one would help us.
I've worked with him for years. We've been sharing this job for 12 years now. We actually joined together. And,
Okay, that is trustworthy enough then. I hope.
We go through rigorous training. We're not exactly, unless you were arrested for some sort of reason, but
Oh, they planted a false charge on me at the time, arrested me and Siliphanos. And then, within an anti-magic zone, pretty much stripped us to torture us to get information.
I don't think we need to torture you here. I'm sure plenty of information will be brought out when you have your meeting with
I'll freely share information that is truthful and honest.
It's not like a trial. So it looks like they just wanted to brief you. Which they are. So you said Siliphanos. Looks
Yes.
towards Tetsu.
Yes.
Asuran was with somebody called Siliphanos. She watched him. She let us know that he had been killed. Is he one of your traveling party?
Yes, he was one of us. He left Mercador and met up with was trying to meet up with his old friends. From what I can remember, they were called the Sand Reavers.
Yes, Asuran has been helping them for a couple of months. She quite the cleric, we'll call her, for lack of a better term. Makes you seem tame, Van Zandt, when it comes to killing.
Really? I need to talk to her.
War cleric of Bahamut.
War clerics carry a name about them, enough said.
Indeed.
I need to have a chat with her.
If you find her. I don't think you measure up to her standards. Well, they should be returning Sped now. After these Valdras has been questioned. Alvor, I believe you're first. And then it'll be Echo. mantra, then you Tetsu, and then Vance, and your one is probably going to take the longest.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
I wonder why Van Zandt.
Mm-hmm.
Looks towards
No
your
idea.
weapon and shield and says, "Do you want me to look after those for you?"
Yep.
His shield, his weapon. Mad if it brings back memories. Walks off.
What brings back memories? Oh wait. Hey. Hello. Okay, he's gone.
He's looking at you. Me picking up after your shit all the time.
Oh. Hey.
This boy never
Hello.
cleaned his dorm. And walks out.
Doesn't surprise me.
Mm-hmm.
I picked up him, the little shit, and then I ended up having to pick up his shit until he learned how to pick up his own shit. This closes the door.
Did they ever learn?
So
No.
hope you get your ass kicked. Damn you!
Well, we're getting all the dirty secrets about Van Zandt.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we
I'm
all
more
know
dirty
that
than any of us
Mantra's
dungeons.
kind of sassy.
I'm gonna sulk in a corner somewhere.
You're right there, Van Zandt.
Evil Sir Lewis. Yes, yes. I am. Hope the cat gets her ass kicked.
So, about another hour passes. Anybody? Where's Silvio?
Any dorms though? With
back at
sort
the
of
estate.
level of him, yeah.
That's absolutely fine. Are you checking for any time or anything like that? Just put a check in case.
I would try, but I don't know if Sylvio's out of range or not.
What's the communication range for any sort?
For what, sorry?
I love how we keep having to check this very one rule regarding familiars and we never hold on to it.
Oh, for familiars?
Yes.
So, my communication range is 100 feet.
And you can't censor. So, communicate with her.
Only really 100 feet away.
Did you leave any instructions to Silvio?
Yeah.
Which are?
I said to Silvio to watch a place, and if anyone shows up and looks like they're doing something suspicious, to distract them and scare them away, because I'm aware that Silvio has some spells. So Silvio can minor illusion someone and alter self. But yeah, so Silvio should be sort of hiding in a corner, just kind of watching over things.
Okay.
And this is where we find out someone's ransacking a room.
No. That's fine. I'm just sorting out some stuff here on my side because I've actually found a spell mistake somewhere. I need to fix.
Because, like, I didn't say whoever you see, because we might have, like, some maids or servants coming in to clean up more, or to surprise us by laying out a different outfit that we should wear to an after party, or you never know.
We're
Things like
laying out
that.
treats for Toto since he's developed a penchant for being cute.
Yes, something like that.
That's better. Right. So let's look at wires, and then suddenly, door opens with a knock on the way in, and it says, Alvar.
Yes.
Opens the door and walks out. And he's gesturing. Bickering.
Okay, I get up and I go over.
Thank you. Just
Enjoy.
down that way. Join you soon.
Bye bye.
So you're
Well,
led
Bye.
down a long hall corridor. and you pass through some other little closed doors, heading down to this large double door up ahead. As you approach it, it is opened from both doors, introducing Captain Alvar Nieder Lebel. And everybody looks up at you. Mir smiles and nods. And you also spot Nice, who sits there, close. You just smile. And says, "Please take your stand." You enter this quite large chamber. Ahead of you, you see a table with 3 individuals on what looks like a marble set. It looks like a proper courtroom with a central platform for you to stand at. And you see Wit and the other dude that I forgot the name of for a second, Delamac, standing there looking at you. Delamac nods Wit. Wit nods in to Delamac and moves forward. Can you please state your name for the record?
Captain Alvar Lebel.
Captain, what are you the captain of?
I'm the captain of the Izmir Military Division.
I was going to reword you to make sure you got that right. Savant Empire. A captain of a...
Savannah
Yeah,
Empire.
that's right. We'll work on that a little bit better for you. Let's see. And how long have you been serving with your military?
About 6 years before I went through some, let's just say, personal issues.
Indeed, about that. You were approached by individuals, including one man called Axel Bracken, who goes by the name Van Zandt, one of the soldiers of Alari, who has been assigned to assist in the investigations around Samir's kidnappings. This ring a bell?
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's
Perfect.
right.
Following that instance, you discovered that there were some individuals trying to cause destabilization throughout Arcadia. However, your business with the Arcadian crowd did not stop there. You and 7 others proceeded to head towards Mercador City at the behest of points to John Linesbane and Alexander, our guardian, John Linesbane, who wanted to have you find out what was going on the island. If it was found that there were some links towards the island relating towards the funding of criminals and organizations operating in and around Arcadia. Am I on track so far?
Rather a mouthy way of putting it, but you're on the right track so far, yes.
Apparently you did not arrive on Mercador, at least not through the intention. Can you please tell me that?
There have been some things have not gone according to plan, shall we say, for a few.
Please elaborate.
We've been sidetracked and led down different paths to what we initially planned out at certain points. Other things have came up that have taken a larger priority that we felt obligated to attend to, rather than leaving to one side.
Oh, I was referring to your incident trying to get to Mercador with an attack on the ship.
Well, there was that as well.
I thought that was something to be important. This is something that, when I was referring to your arrival on the island, I would say it was not by the intended means. So, as far as the report goes, based on testimonies provided by Captain Lane and regarding your situation, a blue dragon by the name of Rulas attacked your boat out of the request of the Duke and a few party members of his, we'll call them companions for lack of a better term. One of them requested your demise by name. Is there any fault to how they knew you were on the ship?
I'm assuming that you're referring to Kashran Nidra.
That was one of the named individuals, but as I said, they seem to have known that you were on the ship. Because of that, there's a clear indication of a breach of security regarding operations on Arcadia. Was anybody else discussed?
I would keep in mind that at the time I was not in my Semir form, I was in my goblin form, and I lacked a significant amount of my own personal knowledge. There's a high possibility that because of the involvement that I had with the Nidra family at the time, Kashran may have followed or
I'm sorry,
some sort of
Captain
spy.
Bell. I'm sure this has been a taxing experience from you going through the ordeal that Mir had described to us. But specifically, how did they know that you were on board the ship and that your party was heading to Mercador?
More than likely, just by spying on us.
Spying on you? Who spied on you?
Well, either Kashran or Wart. I don't think I need to. I need to tell you how.
Were they on board the ship with you? That doesn't make sense.
I don't think I need to explain how crafty the members of the Nidra family can be. After all, I'm sure you're familiar with what the family business used to be. Before
please tell us about the Nidra family's ordeals and interests. That would be very interesting. I'm sure we have some things we'd like to ask you and your family, including specifically yourself, about operations and stuff. So it's also very incriminating, doesn't it?
I'm sorry, are you implying that
you just implied yourself that your family has conducted operations and stuff?
I'm merely pointing out what Kashran and Wart's skill sets are.
I'm confused. I've only asked you, how do you know how they knew you were on the ship? You said they were spying on you, and then you
I'm merely speculating that they were spying on me. That's the only logical explanation that I can think of.
You're speculating, but you don't have an answer.
Either that, or they had been in plans with the Duke the entire time in order to get us from A to B, and knew exactly how events would play out.
There's no disputing that whatsoever. What the issue is how they knew about the Crown's plans to send agents over. Could it not be simply the fact that the Duke told them? Told the dragon that you're coming, and because we did liaison with the Duke that you're coming at his behest.
Say more than likely that's the simple and logical answer.
You need to get your story straight, Captain LaBelle. You're wasting the Baron's time.
My apologies, but as I'm sure Mir has explained, there's quite a lot that I'm still gathering my thoughts and senses on. So my apologies if you feel that was a waste of time. However, I'm still very...
We're trying to corroborate your story with those of Mir and Captain Lane and Nice Valras. And obviously John Spisebane and Reese Charles. And obviously with the rest of your comrades. But
would it not be best to hear out the story before jumping down my throat?
This is cross-examination based on information that we're asking for. You'll give me no answers relative to the question. To my next point. As it's known to the court here, turns out the Duke was behind the attack on the ship that led to the deaths of many crew members and many others unaccounted for even to this day, including the captain of the ship himself and one young girl whose bodies have never been recovered, along with a couple of other people. There was also a couple of other individuals, a Niall, Fia, Salafanos, who were on the ship and have not been accounted for, except for Niall's case, who has recently, indeed, hand goes up and speaks over, and they all look up to Jevron as he chimes in and says, as previously mentioned, Niall is a soldier of our empire and is serving the line. His matter does not need to be continued. We're fully aware of his situation. Of course, sir. Point is, it's clear that the Duke had inside knowledge of what was going to happen, how it was going to happen, when it was going to happen, and used that information to further his gains. As he's talking towards the three at the top, the three behind the big tables. It's quite clear that this was a calculated attempt to disrupt the investigation behind, so he knew the Crown was looking into this. And he wasn't happy, but he played it out as an attack by somebody random. So it's quite clear that was the case. I want to ask you, from your perspective, when did it first become clear that the Duke was actually behind all these atrocities? Your witness, not on trial. You can speak.
Sorry, my apologies. I was collecting my thoughts.
That's fine.
It's hard to say.
It's
exactly.
hard to tell your mannerisms because you don't got camera on. So I don't know if you're thinking or whatever. That's fine. Go for it.
Sorry. Where was I? It's hard to say exactly. I think possibly after our investigations in Ruma, I believe.
Do you knew before you met the Duke that he was going to betray you?
No. Like, it was more the taxation situation in Ruma. The people were very impoverished and yet still being pursued for financial gain. When we met the mayor, it seemed almost as though he was doing it for his own financial gain, but he was being guided by somebody more powerful, more above in terms of authority. I couldn't be sure who it would have been, but it was a fairly strong indication at the time that this went further than just one mayor that was financially corrupt, if that makes sense.
The point you bring is to do with Boris Eddington, who is a known criminal attached to the Dark Reef cartel. But sorry, just to rephrase my question, I think I've not brought my question at point across. When did you become clear that the Duke was behind? Not when did you start suspecting somebody was behind everything, when the Duke was behind everything. Was this when, at some point during a meeting with the Duke? Would this be before or after you went to Mir's Tower to attack him? Would this be when
it was after we came back from Mir's Tower? He sent us to Mir's Tower to retrieve something, and we were under the illusion that it would be for everybody's greater good. When we got there, and we're beginning discussions as to what to do with said items.
You're referring to this item as the Dragon's Eye, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Perfect. As previously shown, he casts Minor Illusion. He brings up these 5 coloured orbs: white, red, blue, green, and black. He says these orbs, when collected and brought together, would allow the gates towards the ancient Casalt City to be broken. And the purpose of these Dragon Eyes were not known to you, were they? At this time?
We knew that they were powerful and potentially dangerous.
The true purpose behind these Dragon Eyes have never been intended. I'm sure they weren't used to disrupt the barriers in around Casalt. But I'd also like to ask you, when you all fought Rufus himself, he didn't have the Dragon's Eyes on him, did he?
I don't recall him having them on him. He was in pursuit of them.
He used them to open the gates, but what did you do with them after you opened the gate? Any knowledge whatsoever?
I'm sorry, I don't recall.
That's fine. As far as we're suspected that the other companions hold possession, and there's a rumor that these companions are heading to Arcadia, which will take them quite a long time to get there without going through the Eastern Austral Desert, which is suicide, to say the least. So, another question.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to ask you about the Mind Flayer incident with the Furball villages to the east of Mercador. This here, do you feel that the Duke allowed as far as aware, was there any mention of the Duke decided to prevent or decline to allow any pursuit to recover, pursue and destroy the creature? Did he, to your knowledge, send anybody east to... Did you see anybody east looking for this Mind Flayer to have them killed?
I don't personally recall that, no.
That's fine. Okay. Looks towards Dynamac. And yes, covered everything there. Oh. There was a concern that we'd like to quickly raise. There's a village called Destin. It's a dwarven village. It's basically a outpost shared on the islands with Moldor Empire. There's rumours to go around saying that you had, and the party decided to murder everybody in this village. How do you take that accusation?
I'm sorry, which village?
The village to the west side of Mercador, near the lake shrine. Is the last time you went to before you went to Lake Shrine, Lana?
I genuinely don't remember if we actually did
all the
anything
dwarves
there.
were already dead when you got there?
Yeah, but we saw a dwarf before going in that we made a bad impression on.
So, did you kill all these dwarves? Because it's a pretty substantial accusation that your party was the last group seen in Moldor, the Destal, prior to their deaths.
We were the last group to visit there, but we didn't commit those atrocities. We discovered the bodies.
So they were dead before you arrived?
Yes.
Explains possibly what happened as our honoured guests are still deep in troubles that 135 dwarves were slaughtered. Who did no harm.
See, our only intention when we went there and discovered that was to find the source, and if it was an ongoing threat, ensure that it was contained.
The source of what?
All I mean by that is if we found that there was like maybe some sort of monster or animal on the loose that had done this recently.
So you don't think the Duke or any of his people were behind this?
I'm saying at the time that's what our intention was, that's why we were looking around there. So I can understand why from the outside looking in it would seem dubious. If that makes more sense.
Right. Okay. Thank you. No more questions. Thank you, Alvar. You may take a seat in the stand if you want to remain for the next questioning.
Thank you.
You head over with Toto until sits beside you on the steps.
I'm
Okay.
sure I was surprised none of them did speak with animals for Toto's recollection.
Maybe they don't know how to.
Echo Cadence. You send for him, please. It says. And the three begin talking, looking towards you, Alvar, and then looking back a few times, and then looking back, Wit and Delamac. Then both are conferring with each other. Echo sitting there going, "Hmm." Door opens to you guys and says, Echo Cadence. And he comes out, walks along, goes to you and goes, I'm gonna die. And walks off.
Good luck, short arse.
Echo makes his way down to the chamber, opens up, and you see Echo come in, looks around, and he's like, nods to you, Alvar, and then sits up and goes, so, Echo Cadence, you've been here before, as you sought counsel to help us deal with an issue when we had the questions in regarding to the incident behind the necromancer, which we will be talking to your required members for. As it stands, Cadence Echo with a first name. Echo, where are you from? Different time. I'm here to find my book, around the lost pages, as previously mentioned before. I'm from a town that doesn't exist yet. So I can't help you there. It is in Arcadia somewhere. I'm not sure. Everyone looks towards Mir, who's a known chronomancer in his eyes. And Mir just goes, I wouldn't bother trying. It could easily be something short of a paradox, do you understand? And as your identity is not on trial, we really want to find out details. We would like to find out your recount of meeting with people within your group in Arcadia. He says, yeah, sure, we were all at the pub getting pissed, and then this loud-ass paladin comes in and just demands, this goes, I want a group of people to help me. Who's going to help? Something along that, I'm paraphrasing. I want a good time, decide, you know what, you can help me find my book. The missing pages. We did find a couple around here, and it was really cool. We were then approached by the Crown to go to Mercador. Hey, more money. Maybe I could find more of my missing pages. And I did. There's a few in Mercador that was brought to my attention by my good buddy, the one is Bulber. So we went over to Arcadia, Mercador. We went by ship. There's a big blue ass dragon, which we tried to take down. I think we're going to win. Then he decided to blow up the ship. To that point, any knowledge on who alerted the ship? No, I think they already knew we were coming because, after all, it was the Duke that was informed of us, which obviously he didn't want any. That's fine, we're pretty much already past that point already, but thank you. Just looks towards the free the top, and it's because this is just a repeated story. Let's ask the question: what happened in Ruma? Oh, we came to this really rundown town. Everybody was miserable. Some orc lady had her tongue bitten off. I got my hands on a wand of smiles at some point, and I was just trying to make people really smile. Didn't work all the time. But as far as we're aware, this town was being ran by which we determined recently that this was the Darkleaf Cartel and the Chromatic Eye. Sort of. But the dragon himself was in charge. Looks like the dragon was being paid to kill us, and then once we killed him, Necromancer came in, bamped my friend into his afterlife realm, Valhalla, and then I decided to come back here and look for my friend. Went to help my friends in Verla, rescue some villagers from Verla, and just well, on that regard. Sorry, been a long day. In regard to Verla was actually next point of the ring, so it's the next time you would be effectively part of this story. You found your way back to your friends that you teleported in, as far as I understand. He goes, aha. And it's okay. So you went through, helped recover from this revenant individual. Can you describe her? Yeah, my friend's mum. Maybe just literally murmurs and goes, you know, now the one I got put into the After Realm is now fighting the war for you. Yeah, his mum. She's a bitch. Killed one of her friends. Until one of our friends revived her. She's squishy. Glass cannon, I call her. Oh, sorry, glass cat. Mir's basically holding his head like that. But to the point, yeah, we aggressed with some dudes when we went to this other village. It was obliterated, to say the least. Fought a giant mech robot, got into the shrine. I managed to gather the things I needed and then head on out. Okay. And next thing you knew, they were back with a few in. Okay, yeah, I jumped in the cart. Shred. Had a little bit of mayhem this morning with them. Good times. Rebonding. This was. Looks behind him, looks at Toto and gives him a wink. Looks at Alvar and just goes. Just. They all went. He's just a shrug and says, "That's fine. Thank you very much, Echo. You may take a seat." Okay. Next on the list. Mantra, Drake Fury. No, Larry. That's interesting. That's two names I haven't seen in a while. Please. And one of the stewards walks off, heads in the way. Opens the door, knocking it, and leans in and goes, Mantra, Drake Fury, Nolari.
Elinari, but yes. And I get up and start heading out.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
Oh, lady for you, Mantra.
As you're out to the chambers, you see your friends and others in the chamber. You set up the windows and Lady Mantra Drake through the Lunari. Mantra, can you please confirm to the court where you were born?
I am not entirely sure. I don't have great memory of when I was born.
Not just many people.
And I have not been told the history.
Indeed.
I
very interesting.
was adopted by a Demiantis Drake Fury, if that helps your story.
Indeed, Demiantis, a renowned hero.
Yes, correct.
Indeed. What I'd like to talk to you encountering your friends and then obviously this role. Can you tell us about that in this whole incident?
Encountering my friends and what, sorry?
Your employment, we'll call it by John.
Oh, by John Linesbean.
Indeed.
What do you mean? I encountered a group of people who were in a sort of bar or pub on Port Samir when I was trying to find more information about my wife's death.
Interesting.
I was trying to reach the bottom of the story. Get some closure. Yes.
Leans in to Euron, who actually leans into him. He says, John Linesman would be the best one to discuss this. And I says, John Linesman, I'm sorry to do this out of order. a Lunanari. Could you confirm that name for me? Yes, there's a Lunanari that I dealt with years ago from the Glanasari Empire. Goes by the name Silvio. She was never married, at least to our knowledge. But political and information from Glanasari is very hard to come by, as you can imagine. Thank you.
She died at the altar, if it helps.
I see. Sorry to hear that. So
There was
you
no one
were
around that was able
investigating
to
death.
revive.
Did you find out who was behind the death?
I only currently, well, as it stands just now, I have a best guess just now. The arrows are similar to that of the Avatar of Baal. I have been attacked twice, or is it 3 times now, by avatars of Baal, and I actually still have a scar, and I show one of the scars from these cursed arrows.
Leans in quite intent. Heron, sorry, leans in quite intently listening to this. Baal?
Yes.
What the hell does a god have to do with you?
I have no idea. I would like to find out, but I would also not like to be killed on my quest to find out more information about what is happening. As it seems, I have been a target 3 times so far, unless one of the arrows was aimed at me when it actually hit my wife, but that is the sort of arrow that killed her. I also discovered that the bank here had apparently Silvio closed the account and withdrew all the money from a shared bank account in this city after her death.
Interesting. Do you think this is in
But
relation?
I believe this is.
Do you think the money that was stolen from this estate was probably used in facilitating the attacks on Arcadia, or related to any of the Duke's work, and the money that he may have been trying to acquire as well? Do you think any of this is involved with each other, or do you think this might be a separate issue?
At this point, it would only be speculation. I do not have any concrete evidence.
Indeed. So, when did you become aware about your job to go to Mercador to investigate? This is, from my understanding, a place that a place of interest to you, which was Ruma.
Yes. So, this is actually an unfortunate timing, but we received a mission after we dealt with some cultists to the north of Port Samir. After coming back, we were given a reward and given another mission. And I can't remember, my memory's slightly hazy,
Yes.
if the time where false crimes were, and you actually personally showed up, and I looked towards the commander of the guards after such an event.
The commander of the guard. You look at John Linesbane.
Of the army, yeah.
Sorry, yeah, but he's the guardian, as in he's basically the spy master or diplomat.
Yeah.
He's effectively our version of he's basically this version of a foreign secretary.
Yeah. Showed up with an army after hearing word of the corruption that ran deep within Port Samir.
I see.
But yes, we then headed sail for the Screaming Mermaid, where I spent the majority of the journey over the side of the boat or in the lower chambers. I do not fare well on the sea.
Indeed. And I presume that did not go very well when a dragon appeared. And as it stands, this dragon was employed to attack.
I heard.
Okay.
I had heard about the dragon's employment from, I can't remember who it was. I think it was Tetsu it said or something. Okay. My memory is hazy. I was that out of it at the time. I believe the dragon had said something in Draconic and someone was able to understand.
Okay. What about the employment of the Duke? When you finally did manage to get under his request didn't seem that odd to you. You said that there's an evil wizard that was blackmailing,
So,
lobbying.
yes, what a Duke said to us was that Mia, who I had childhood memories of, and I believe the Duke was not aware of this, Mia was responsible for holding the place hostage and taking all the money from the taxis. I've already explained that to Mia. And we were to go to Mia, and if we had the opportunity, dispatch of them and take the orb. We weren't told much information about said orb. However, I will say that when we were sleeping within the keep of a Duke, I had this sort of third sense coming where I did not rest easy. Maybe it was to do with the fact that at some point later, after we came back to deal with the Duke, after speaking to Mia and finding a more complete story, that my sister was actually a prisoner within the keep of the castle all along.
See. Let's talk about Kazal, because there's a few perspectives that we don't have available to us because your party entered Kazal on their own militia after I forgot his name.
Okay.
It's ridiculous.
Rufus.
No, after Captain Lane advised you that they could not spare any men, that you were going to be heading to the city. When you arrived in the city, can you inform us what happened inside the city? Because we have no information other than the dragon. When Mir had arrived with the...
Kazalt, that's
Yes.
the dwarven city, not the town with the dead ones.
No.
Yeah.
We have information on
Okay,
that.
so-
I just want to talk about the city now.
We arrived within Kazalt, and the seal was, like, the original seal for the place was closed. It was burst open by ogres or something. And when we went into the city, there was some safety doors that were closed to obviously protect against the dragon escaping or things like that. But upon investigating the different wings that we had access to, because we had tracked the Duke to here, so we kind of expected him to be here, we managed to scry on the Duke, where we found he was in fact further into the city, so we had to find the secret switches to open said gates. When we got through, after speaking to... Did you know the undead sort of... well, not undead. Technically, yes. There was ghosts within the council hall in Kazalt that were the leaders of the city and stuck in a state of limbo.
We
They
actually
tried to
noticed
insist-
the Northam, the player to the world of Throne is leaning forward with interest. So is Hadidif, Darkbrain, the Grand Artisan himself. They're all looking into this. Blessmaker is confused hearing this as well. You actually did
They
spot
were
this at the eye corner of your eye.
They were insisting the place was in perfect order and would refuse to step outside with us to assist. They actually ended up attacking us, which, as I'm sure you would aware, the only natural response is to fight these undead ghosts that were fighting us.
If
Um,
Terran interrupts and he says, "That's very peculiar. Has anybody been able to get into any of the cities seen something similar? And they say, not once. This is unusual.
Well, we did manage to get this key that's actually carried it with me on the off chance, and I hold up a key. This key appears to unlock almost every door within Gasalt, but I would ideally prefer to drop it off with people who would actually inherit the city, so the Dwarven.
Had Darkbraid himself actually steps down from the building and starts walking down and walks over to you and says, and
Is
everybody
he
just
the
watches.
leader of the Dwarfs?
He's the Grand Artisan. He just
Okay.
looks at you and goes, "You have this key."
Currently.
He goes to take it, and then all of a sudden, Euron says, "Stop! Order. Please may I remind you that there's a dispute over the sovereignty of Gasalt. Please do not hand him that key. Because currently they do
I
not
keep
have
a hold of the key.
right of claim at this time. This is a separate matter and a delicate one at that. I would ask the dignitary from Maldora to please withdraw to his seat." He looks at him a little pretty annoyed. He looks back up to the other two dwarves who just go, "Yeah." And he goes, and just walks up.
Please, once that matter is settled, I'll be more than happy to hand over this key. But for now, I'll keep it safe.
Okay.
If that is upon your behest.
That's fine. Just unfortunately, Gasalt and Mirkwood as a whole is now in dispute between Arcadia and Maldor, due to the fact that this is annexed land, and because of the loss of the city, and obviously Maldor's withdrawal from the region, leaving only behind a small village, which, again, there's no one there left. Technically, the entire island was under Arcadian rule when it was liberated by you and your friends, albeit with the help of members of the Vangunar who assisted your fight with the dragon. But after you had your council meeting, for lack of a better term, yes, thank you. Delamac moves up to you and goes, "Where was the Duke? Where did you find him?"
So, at what point we saw the Duke a couple of times as we were travelling? You mean within the city?
Mhm.
So, when we scried, he was in a library. When we chased him further through, we eventually found him in the room with the dragon swords, which I'm sure you were informed as to exactly what room that was.
And did he offer you anything for his life to take the money with him? I think he was looking to remove the money from the mountain.
He was looking to remove the money. He offered a small amount of gold, but to be very honest, he had used the recent demise of my wife against me and pulled a few emotional strings. So at that point, there was no way I would even consider, other than, obviously the fact that it is utmost evil to help an organisation that is against all that is good and holy. But I was happy that Van Zand's not around for me saying that. But yes, it goes against the order of things if I was to have stricken a deal, so I wasn't even listening at that point.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
I was just trying to buy time for my group to get a better vantage. And as for the whereabouts of the Duke's body, he was eaten by the dragon when the dragon showed up.
Yes, Mayor and the report we have from our friends here also corroborate that. That's absolutely fine. The Duke is dead. So any judgment would not disadvantage the accused. Let that be noted. All three of them nod individually. Thank you, Mantra. No more questions. Please. And Yaren offers you. You may also sit with your friends. He's going to bring in. This is something I'm looking forward to. Maybe not here, but in a couple of days. Tetsu Sendo.
I'll head up to the seats.
Tetsu, someone comes into the room, opens up, ushers you in. Tetsu Sendo, you.
Yes.
Okay. Brings you in. As you enter, everybody takes a little bit of a look at you and goes, "Oh, that's him." And Tetsu, you look up
Yes?
behind you and you see Jevon Arcadia. Says, "I requested your fight. Fight well."
Thank you. It's an honor.
I heard nothing but good news from the champion of Dosh. The last champion of Dosh.
We'll see what I can do.
When you face our champion, I expect a good fight. It's been a while since this man can simply turn everything into punching bags. So hopefully you will be able to put up a bit of better of a fight.
We'll see how it goes.
Thank you. I am so sorry to interrupt, my lords. He says, "Hello, what's feeling a little bit put off their stride, and Tetsu Sendo, our understanding is that you hail from north of, we'll call, of the parish front, as far as the understanding of the profile is that you were a member of the Sendo Monastery.
That's correct.
Perfect. And why did you come to Simir? And tell us about your meeting of you and your friends.
I was just going down to town. If I heard of any fights, any tournaments, pretty much my name's going to be there.
Just
So,
a prize fighter, making money, drinking beer, that sort of thing. That's
having
fine.
fun where I could.
You've
Got to Samir.
definitely not out of character because this has been quite well documented. You're not a household name as such, but you are known. And I hear that your last two tournaments did not go to plan. Hopefully the one later on this week will prove more.
That's why I say let's see how it goes.
As for when did you become aware? Were you approached before any time regarding any jobs relating to your time on Mercador, or was that also part of the arrangement at the time raised with John during your meeting?
It's to do with I was meaning to go to Mercador, but the only proper reason besides a fight was I was employed to do so by John.
Understand? Just found a hidden paste button on my mouse there. It was weird. I just pasted like 50 things onto my screen there and completely ruined my notes. Fixed them now, so all questions averted. Let's talk about your time on Mercador. Well, at least with your journey there. Did it become apparent to you that why the Duke, or how the Duke found out, how the Dragon knew that you were on that ship, and why you were employed to, or how you were employed to be destroyed, the ship being destroyed? Did you come across anything that, or anyone who told you or give you information that maybe behind that incriminates or confusing because no one seems to knew how the Duke knew, or that the Duke knew.
I couldn't tell you how they knew. I just know that there was someone on the ship that knew we were going to be there.
Interesting. That's a new piece of information we've not been aware of. Could you please tell me?
So after getting to Mercador, we ended up finding a letter that was in a satchel in amongst some of the wreckage of the Screaming Mermaid. There was a letter that was addressed to the first mate, Jameson, of the Screaming Mermaid, which was briefly saying we asked the Blue Dragon to deal with the ship. If it doesn't show up by the time we get to Mercador, use what was ever it was in the bag, I can't remember exactly what it was, to prevent us arriving there.
What was in the bag? To your best of your knowledge.
I'm pretty sure it was some scrolls, and I think that was about it. I know they were magical because... yeah. There was a couple of scrolls. 2 or 3, something like that.
Okay. Tell me, during your tournament fights in Mercador, did you see anybody was out to try to disrupt you or do any damage to your team or try to kill you, or do you see anybody in the tournament that was potentially dangerous that could have hurt anybody that would try to jeopardize your mission?
Not that I could see.
Okay.
And while I was there, everyone that took part, mostly, were above board.
What about, I need to actually dial back. It was documented that an individual by the name of Andrus was working with you in Samir that somehow was also on Mercador. Did he travel with you?
He did not travel with us. Last thing I knew at one point was he was still in Port Samir. I had a wee bit of a gap of being left the group for a wee bit, but then once I came back from what I was doing, I then found out that he was taken captive by, and I am trying to remember the name, but for the life of me I don't remember.
Malorn.
Thank you, Malorn.
Never looks around and looks at Mantra for a second.
Thank you, Mantra.
You forget they're there.
I'm crap with names. You'll learn that.
Malorn's a tyrant. And that comes from Yeren. And the two people flanking him, her, looked to her in a little bit. And she says, I apologize. She's the one behind the ball cultists that have been aligned and with the previously mentioned issues relating to an avatar ball operating in the land that causes a great concern.
Also,
remind people not to approach him.
I'm also pretty sure that's where one of our compatriots, Thea, is currently with.
Yes, there was actually something I wanted to talk to you about that. Wit actually steps forward and actually this Fia. So we are aware of Salfanos, Nile, Mandra, yourself, Alvor, and the others. But Fia was also with you, who disappeared. And as far as the record shows, she was not part of your group when you arrived at Mercador City. Any idea what happened?
We went to sleep one night in the tavern, woke up the next morning. Thea had left a couple of items there, her staff, a couple of sweet treats and that kind of stuff, and later we found out that Malorn had took her, but for all we know that could be completely trash, because it was from Malorn that we were told that.
Interesting. What about this individual called Kahal? Kafal.
Kahal.
My first pronunciation was correct, and I was merely a guess because I completely did not see the T at first glance. Who is he, and where did he come from, and what happened because he wasn't there with you?
We met him just outside Mercador City, if I remember correctly. That's when Alveva was reunited with Toto, her wolf. From the explanation he gave us, is they were traveling for a while together, and he was trying to put nature right or something like that. He was a druid, you see.
And where is he now?
From what I can remember, I think he's trying to go help someone that was precious to him. I couldn't tell you completely. He was there one minute and gone the next. He didn't really give much reasoning behind it.
Where did you last see him?
I personally, as a player, do not remember.
Destal. Before you went into the Destal mines.
Just before Destal.
Just before Destal. So it's a possibility that he went into Destal before you and killed everybody.
Not in the slightest.
How do you know this?
Even though our time is limited, he would not seem like the kind of guy that would do that. He is the kind of... He was one to try and save life rather than take it. He saved Mantra from dying where I couldn't.
Interesting. Thank you. You only have a thing. How fit are you? That's enough. Save speculation and betting for the fight.
It just
not
goes
in
like
my
that.
court. Order.
I was only answered a question.
Off the topic and not involved and not in relation. But thank you, Tetsu. You may take a seat. Can we please bring in Axel Bracken?
This is
Walks
gonna be
off.
good.
Comes in, says, Axel Bracken?
Look around.
I believe that's you. They're waiting for you.
Axel Bracken. Learn to pronounce my name.
My apologies, I heard it for the first time.
Axel Bracken.
And I follow him.
Follow him, he leads you on.
Bracken.
Stops just prior to the door as you enter through the double door. As you enter, everybody looks at him. Everybody gives you a look over and says, "Well, it always says, fuck me. He is quite looking like Lord Bracken himself." And this comes from Brian, who sits up in the with the rest of the people. He says, "You look familiar, boy." And says, "Lewis, you weren't kidding." That's it. Hodor. Axel Bracken of Bracken City.
That is me.
So, you were the son of the Lord of Bracken, Lord Bracken of Bracken City, and are now a official titling a Knight of Alaria.
Yes?
Okay.
From the Order of Bahamut.
Van Zandt, who approached you to head to... Who provided you with the mission to go to Samir? Because as it stands, it was you that brought the party together.
It was. I got the task, my first task, as a paladin, to look into the disappearance of some clerics and other people. I was told to get some information from the place and yeah, maybe find some companions to help me with this task.
Perfect. Now, here's one issue that I do have is there was no legal formalization of your group. If there's not even a mention of a name, which is quite baffling. Usually, we see a host of ridiculous names.
Yes.
You probably want to formalize identifying your party so you can legally operate within our borders and our allies' borders if they so agree to your effective licensing, which must have been overlooked when John Linesbane employed your group. But would ask you, when were you approached in relation to John Linesbane's request?
When?
Yes. When and how? Who made you aware that John Linesbane had an appointment for you?
John Lionsbane himself, I think.
So you were just approached by him directly? He caught you in the middle of the street, or just during a meeting?
I thought it was during a meeting. We cleared out some bandits, came back, and he gave us a task. He introduced himself and said we had to go to Mercador to handle some things over there.
So, and being a Knight of Valaria and its newer heritage, there was no indication that there was a dragon involved in your journey. There was no indication one would appear and attack your party, and you have no knowledge why that dragon was. But at the time, or any information who raised that to be sent to you.
No. When we were on the boat, there wasn't any information why we were being attacked. There was a lot of black powder on the ship, which was kind of strange. But... Yes.
Indeed. So when you're in your group, find yourself on Mercador, you progress onwards. As it stands, when you eventually did reach Mercador, you were, to our knowledge from Andros Lane, that you were to wait for the Duke to arrive, who was apparently westward of Mercador this time. Would you corroborate in a speculation as possible, based on information, that he was in Verla, overseeing the slave operation?
The possibility was high. Didn't where exactly where he was gone, but yes, if it was westwards, then.
And when you got to Verla?
Yes. Did we get to Verla?
Yes, the town that had all these people sitting in the mines digging for the Dragon Eye.
Oh yes.
I believe
We
that was the...
cleared out.
Mhm.
The Duke wasn't there anymore, I think. Bad recollection of memory. But there was another bad person there. Yes. I think he tried to chop off my hand. Because I wanted to rescue a child. I think we killed him.
That's a rumour. Furlough's the other one where you fought Revna.
Oh yes, Revna. Ah, it was the city where we got off the boat. Was that city?
Town,
No,
yes.
no. It was the one on the. Yeah, we got off
It's
the
the one
boat
after
after
Mir's Tower and
Mercador.
after you got
Not
the
the first
one,
lighthouse
yeah.
fixed.
Ah,
The
that's
one with
where
the body pile.
yes, where I asked the soldiers who they were. Yes, so yeah, that was my mistake. The Duke wasn't there, but there was some soldiers who weren't very friendly to us. There was this big, giant ogre tree, even, and there was Revna, mother of, no, not mother of Nile, some other pesky, flying thing that needs to be killed.
So our records show that this was the mother of Nile. I think your earlier statement was correct. Speaking of
Yes.
flying people, there was someone else that was working with, for what we are told, based on information that Lane had retained, was His name was called Drac, who was from the Savant Empire. Now, we have not been able to locate him anywhere on Mercador or Arcadia. Do you have any idea where he is?
Direct. That was the Aracora.
Yes, he was in Aracor.
He
as far as
died.
I-
Yes. He died by our hands.
I see. When did you slay him?
It was during our ascent of the mountain towards the entrance of Casalt City.
And
He
in that
ambushed
city,
Mantra. Well, he ambushed Mantra, and we were in time to help her and slay him.
well, another matter. Wit. Because for as it stands, there was some. How would you summarize your fighting career?
Fighting career. Well, I did play Dragnor 2-3.
Well, as far as I
3.
understand, you assaulted a individual after he defeated you fairly in combat. Do you feel that this individual was at some point involved with the Duke's operations or anything like that? Was there a reason why that he had to be attacked?
No, he was just a fighter. He wasn't involved with
No
the
one
Duke.
asked you to kill him on behalf or anything like that?
No.
So it's pretty strong accusations that you were trying to kill the person after he fairly beat you.
But that's where the accusation is wrong.
Yes, apparently the charge of murder, well, for attempted murder, was dropped. However, serious assault was still left. Do you think at any
Yes.
time do you feel that your actions and your behavior had jeopardized your mission?
No.
I see. They all looked at each other. Oh. Thank you. No more questions.
You're welcome.
Delmac looks on and also says no more questions. Well, that pretty much concludes. We're going to take a recess. We'll be returning in an hour's time. If you'd like to return to your rooms, your waiting rooms. Yes.
If I may intercept, honoured lords, baronesses, ladies and gentlemen, you were mentioning a group name. We have actually agreed on a name for our small group, if that helps with your identification purposes.
If you would like to share that with us, we could make sure that you receive a licensing. It means that this whole incident can be legalized, because there are some problems.
Yes. So, as a result of all of us being somewhat related to either current members of Lunarfall or past members of Lunarfall, we have agreed to call our party Lunar Eclipse. So we are the Lunar Eclipse, as in the erring followers of Lunarfall.
Lunar Eclipse it is. We'll have someone send you documentation and licensing. Points towards Stuart to basically say that arrange. He looks like the pants up. Christ, okay. Takes it in the book and writes it down as fast as he can. And he runs off. We will convene in 1 hour's time.
Lunar Eclipse.
So everybody comes down and talks to you guys, and John Huntsman goes, "Well done, you may have saved my own career because there was some shortcuts I took to make sure of success. Good job, all of you. I would expect there'd be no issues relating to that." as far as I can see, I think they've covered everything they want to look at. I will leave you all to it, and we'll see you in an hour's time. He walks off.
Okay. Bye.
Enjoy.
A few other people talking among each other. What do you guys want to do?
I'm just gonna wait in the waiting room.
You go back there. Sit in my seat again.
I think Mantra's going to stretch her legs and go for a small wander before coming back.
Andra,
So
be
who's
careful,
heading
don't
back
get
to the room?
killed.
Yeah.
As you head out, you guys see someone chasing a cat.
Does it look like Silvio?
Give me a perception check.
Let's see if this dice does me any good, because this one usually rolls like shit. Not bad. Perception. That is an 18.
That is definitely Silvio.
I'm just gonna kind of go over and see who the fuck's chasing Silvio.
This is somebody that looks like a couple of guards and a steward trying. This bloody cat. Come on, shoo! Shoo!
Leave the cat alone.
I beg your pardon.
It's a part of our party. Or is the familiar of one of our friends.
I see. What's it doing here?
Well, last time I knew it was in our room.
That room or?
No, as in the one that we've been held up in before we got dragged here.
You mean my estate? And John Linesbane is actually with you this time. He goes, you're staying at my house just now. Guards!
Can I come?
No, you have to stay here. I can't even leave until this meeting is over. Just head to my estate and check it, please. Oh, is there a reason why she was left there in the first place?
Yes, to keep an eye on our room. There's a lot of valuables left in there. I have left everything I have in there.
I see.
And a lot of our party has. Because we're not allowed to bring
Double
a lot of
time move! And they run off. They head over to the thingway. And it says, I would have you round up your friends and meet in your meeting room. I'll come with you news in as soon as I can.
Yeah, I'm gonna just kind of like crouch down to see if Sylvia will come over to me.
Make
I've no idea.
a animal handling check with advantage.
Oh, because she knows you.
So he knows you, trusts you.
I've not tried to fuck with her. So that's actually that is pretty nice. So 18, 22.
Well, it's up to you. He brushes it outside of your hand.
I'm just
And
gonna
just
try and
looks at you, and he's like, she goes, "Meow, meow."
I'm just gonna go slowly and try and lift her up and try and just put her on my shoulder while I walk back.
That's fine. Matter, where are you heading around? Just having a little stroll around in the open walls?
I was having a small stroll, kind of small nosy, keeping my ears out for anything going on. So I probably would have noticed the commotion.
You do
and
see
started to
two
wonder
guards
what-
run past you, and then a couple more, and they're all heading out the main entrance.
I'm going to follow them.
As you're coming down, you did spot a cat being held by Tetsu entering the meeting room, the waiting room.
And I'm guessing I sense it's Silvio without even needing to look.
You could check for your own censure. You can communicate with Sylvia at this range easily. You do whatever you wish,
Yeah.
and they'll be able to confirm.
Silvio?
Intruders! Is the where's Mantra? Oh, hi Mantra. Intruders.
Do I see Lionsbane or anything around?
You saw Linebein rush past you a few minutes ago, but he was heading up to.
I'll cast.
Hmm?
Yeah, I'll cast message on Lion's Bane and say, Silvio says there's intruders. For my familiar says there was intruders in the room.
He literally responds quite quickly. He says, I would gather, given your cat was apparently staying there to keep guard, I took the initiative as soon as I was told this was yours.
Thank you.
Information, as soon as possible, please. Gather it from your familiar, and then come meet.
Yes,
I'll come
I'll
meet you
ask.
with the guard.
Okay. And then I have a sort of mental psychic communication conversation with my familiar to find out what's going on. Silvio, what's going on? What's happened? Are you okay?
A group of individuals, red cloaks, goblin, a human.
Red
Asimir, and several others. They came in, took your weapons.
My weapons.
Your sword, the bow, the spear, the gun. They were
Did they take
also
my bag?
looking. They were also looking for something about a sword. They couldn't find it.
Did we take my bag at all?
I'd left before they were finished, but I could see what they were doing. They were looking for them. They said they found the ancient weapons of the elemental weapons of Erkador, and they'll be returned to them. They'll be kept or something. I don't know. I managed to sneak out. They did see me, but yeah, I managed to get out. I don't think they would have stayed long if they saw me leaving.
Yes.
I've been looking for you for
I'm
the past
assuming you
hour. Where
probably
have you been?
did use some spells. We were in an hour. Happened an hour ago.
Aha. Two guards come back in and literally almost burst through the door and says, two guards dead. To one of the other guards and says, please, we get lunch out of it. John Lyon's been 2 guards dead. Looks like the room's been turned over, smattering gold everywhere, but looks like only a few things have been taken. No one saw who. Weird thing. The guard who was outside the room was an illusion. He says, that's fine. Perfect.
If I overhear this, I'll just turn around to Silvio.
Says you
Was that your
party
job?
that was inside that room, right? Sees there's some stuff being potentially removed from the property. We're not sure until the proceeding has been done, which is, as I understand, is in recess for the next hour. We can't even let you leave. I am very sorry, but we are looking into the matter as soon as we can. I'd like you all to remove ancient longsword of fire, spear, and the bow from your inventories, please. Permanently.
No.
Motherfucker.
So it's only these items.
Just those items. As far as you're aware. Or Sylvia was aware of that has been taken. You don't know if anything else has been taken.
Okay.
Vanzan, are you nearby? Hearing about this?
I'm in the waiting room.
I'll
Never
relay what Silvio had said, ideally with Lion's Bane within
Lion's Bane
earshot.
actually just comes into the room as well and says, so it looks like some individuals had broken in. 2 guards are dead. Looks like they did ransack your room and looking for stuff. It wasn't clear if anything has been taken, as they've left all your gold.
So
as far as I can see.
Silvio,
Yes, sorry,
my
please.
familiar stated that the weapons of Mercador, the ancient weapons that we had, were probably taken, but they couldn't find a specific sword that they were looking for. Not sure what one it is,
What sword?
but the only sword that we had that we didn't have
Do you
is
have
probably the one
any
Banzant came with.
Strange looking rare swords, because there's a group called the Cardano Eye that like hunting extremely rare and powerful magical items. Do you have anything in your vintage attention that would fit a very rare and powerful sword?
We have a few, and there was also one that Banzant came here with.
Vanzand.
If my
Where is
sword
your
is
sword?
gone, I will burn down the city.
Noted.
I gave it. You're welcome. I gave it to the guard outside of the entrance of the big room.
You gave it to Sir Lewis, by the way. Who?
That one. Sir Lewis has my sword and
runs
shield.
off out the room and goes back to the gallery in the hall and speaks to Lewis and says, "Where's the sword?" You're just waiting for him to return to this point.
I fucking knew we shouldn't have left our shit there.
Yep.
That's why I brought everything with me.
Yeah, but at the
Wherever
same
we
time,
sleep-
though, given the fact what we're here for, I didn't want to come armed.
So, takes a few blows. So Lewis comes in and goes, "Your weapons are fine. Finds out your sword is in the armory. It'll be very hard for somebody to
I
get
need
in."
to see it.
He
I
does
need to
actually
see
show
it.
it.
Thank you. And I take it out of his hands. Mine.
Can I see you be permitted? He says, "Given light, I think will be an exception, as I'm sure you guys will go. I will let the stewards know the situation and see if they can usher a decision or permit your party to leave. It's very unlikely because there are sentences that they're wanting to remove today because there are some charges which they'll bring to you and advise you of and let you know if they have been dismissed. You're not the only one, everybody in charge, even my head's on the line here, for lack of a better term.
I wonder what charges are under my name.
It will come to light, hopefully we'll do this soon. I'll ask if they could escalate it or even see that you can leave. But they'll probably say that the guard should be dealing with this at this time because it is their remit.
Well, it's our items. It's lost.
Indeed, we'll get you back
Everywhere
to
we
my
go.
estate and I'll be with you as soon as we can.
I understand a lot of cities do not take well to vigilantism, even if it is someone defending their own items.
Well,
But
as it stands, your group have been very instrumental and you're about to be legalized. Luna's Eclipse, I understand. Interesting.
yes, Lunar
Like I said,
Eclipse.
I'm sure you're.
Most of us have connections to Lunar Fault,
Sure they'll
so
be honoured.
it makes sense.
I'm sure they'll be honoured, and yes, they are. That's interesting. Mir comes in and says, "I hear you're having some trouble."
Yes,
Yeah, our weapons are stolen. Again.
Including that damn sword I had for this so long. Oh, you still got it. I hope they don't visit my tower. They'll have a field day there. Cardinal Eye apparently usually operates in Markador. So one of the Darkadian 5, I presume. If it's the bill. Well, hopefully you get your shit back.
is that not the one that is in relation with the cartel?
No, they're not aligned with Darkweave. You know exactly what you're referring to. Eberos Darkweave does not have much dealing with them. They probably use each other for their own gains, but they're not aligned. The Darkweave cartel does operate something called the here we are. Now, get my fort working. The Black Hand. The Cardinal Eye is the local organization which is supposed to be. Here's the thing: they separate themselves from certain groups. The 5 main cartels, organizations, illegal groups, or questionable groups, for one, who have unfortunately landed themselves into this category. There are 5: the Ruby Cartel, the Austral Syndicate, Darkreef Cartel, the Faith of Bane, and the Kreen Merchant Navy. In Arcadia, in that order, the Cardinal Eye, the Black Hand, the Silken Eye, which is the Darkweave Cartel, the Hand of Avlas, and the Combined Arms Mercenary Company. John Lansbury and I shared a lot of conversations with him because he's wanted some my counsel before to how to deal with these things. I said to them, tell them to go fuck themselves. They're not to be trusted, any one of them. Combined arms, maybe, but you piss them off, they'll kill you. So would all of them, but the combined arms is a mercenary company. At least that's what most believe. Some people believe they're extreme vigilante extremists who take matters in their own hands.
People believe what you allow them to believe.
The shooter comes back on through and says, I understand there was a request to try and expedite the process. We're sorry that we cannot permit anyone to leave this time, and when they have done deliberating, they'll become available. I have advised them of the situation, but...
If I was to give a description of the sword that I had that I believe might have been referred to after my conversation with my familiar,
the Arcadian guard will speak to you. The Arcadian guard will come and speak to you at this time. At this moment, you're not allowed to communicate to the outside. I'm sorry, you have to wait.
Well, it could be someone internal that's able to cast a spell and then go someone that's free to travel out.
We'll just wait.
Oh, of course you're calm because your fucking thing didn't get stolen.
Well, I don't know how much of my stuff has been taken. I don't know if they've taken anything of mine or if they've taken everything. It is a sort of Schrodinger's case.
Oh, yeah. Sit tight, everyone. We'll see you soon. He sits down. He leaves the door. Long John. Nice been, servant. The steward, and all five of you plus two. All five of you plus two to the ascendant goes. Well, this is fun.
I make a point. So the chain that I've got the ring on. Mm-hmm.
We've got less than an hour, so we can't get this done in time. I'll tell you what. Here's something for an hour. He's going to cast Polymorph and turn Silvio into an owl. Open the window, send her out, go look. See if you can spot your stuff. With the people that match your description, you can try and track them.
Can you track them, Silvio?
Do you want Silvio to resist the Polymorph?
Can you accept the spell and track them?
Psychologically, telepathically. Okay. 4th level spell, Polymorph. And...
Goes into crocodile.
Mad chaos that would cause.
I also tell Silvio to wait somewhere out of sight for my instruction. That way I'll be able to say that Silvio is away for now. Nice and vague and still correct.
Are you letting Silvio out?
Yeah.
That's fine. You open a window, Silvio flies out of a second story floor and flies off. And begins ascending, and then disappears into the clouds, heading in the direction of the estate, and then you can see her beginning a search pattern. So, anything you want to do for the next 40 minutes?
Yeah, so I probably did this when I was still in the courtroom, but the key to Casalt, I put it onto the same chain as the ring that Mantra always has round her neck, so that she can keep it close and keep track of it.
Okay.
Since there's a few parties interested in this key now, so it suddenly makes it a do not let it get pickpocketed sort of level.
When you did your telepathic description, by the way, you notice a description of a goblin.
Yeah,
that you think you
I've heard
recognise.
that.
Yeah, you're not quite
And
sure.
an Asimir.
And an Asimir, but no, it's a female Asimir.
Mm-hmm.
But that's as much,
Not Malone.
No, nothing like Malone. Sylvia would have recognised Malone. So,
But what
as
about a
it's-
goblin?
Goblin with quite a sadistic grin when he found the items. And the description is quite possibly maybe the one you encountered in the streets earlier today.
How did we know we had the ancient weapons? Because I didn't have that on me.
Might be that person, might not be, but it fits. It fits from what Sylvia can tell you from what you remember with key mind. Looks like it's just about right.
Yeah, because I had only really lifted one dagger because I was running. But yeah, so interesting.
So, anything you want to do for the next 40 minutes? Or just want to sit impatiently?
Yeah.
Probably
This is
pacing back and forth. And then after coming to that realization, I'll probably try to talk to Linefin and describe the individual.
Says you
And
confirm with
technically,
Liesbeth
you'll
in the
say,
halls. He says this sounds like this person sounds familiar. Probably is definitely the Ruby Cartel or the Cardinal Eye, as they're called here, and it's probably them. I wouldn't be surprised if they're aware of your weapons. Do you see anybody that's taken an interest in any of you like that you might have seen during the day?
Yes.
Oh.
I did.
Go on.
During our visit to the weapon shop, someone bought us. What was it, Mantra? Something of wounding?
yeah, it's a short sword of wounding.
See.
Short sword of wounding and paid in cash. And you find my sword very interesting. A little bit too interesting, I would say.
Oh, not to mention this morning when Alvaville was chasing after where she thought Toto was when Echo had illusioned it. This goblin that I had described to you, Linesbane, was keeping an eye on Alvaville. I thought he was actually eyeing her up because, she wasn't waving all that much. But she did have her rear bow on her.
They found out. This probably was them, and they probably spotted the fact that you both had these weapons. So they probably.
I only had my main dagger with me. I didn't have my overlay.
Van Zandt and Alvor. If these weapons have been spotted and they were interested in acquiring these from you, they would either sub up whether or not it'd be worth stealing, which is amazing since it broke into my estate. I would make sure I don't keep anything valuable in there anymore of that magnitude. There's a few things. But thank you for letting me know, because this obviously invades my privacy and my own security as well. And I think it's time. I'll see you.
But so when they were there, I had asked my familiar to cast, because my familiar learned a couple of spells over time. I had asked her to try cast some spells. Yes, she's quite smart, you see.
That doesn't make sense.
One of the
Familiar
spells...
cannot cast spells.
Oh, mine can. Usually, it's actually spells that kind of help with tranking, because I don't know if it's due to my connection with Lyra herself. Or
are your spells in relation? I thought you were a rogue.
I am a rogue, yes.
How does it deity provide you
I am a
powers you don't.
trickster. Rogue.
So yes, you studied magic, you
But-
didn't acquire it. Or be...
Yes.
For Lyra to provide
But some
you...
deities work in strange ways, especially my deity.
My familiar does something quite similar to... My familiar can do things as well. Which I find quite weird. And that's Echo stepping in and going. Does that mean that they're resuming because everybody's going into the main chamber?
I'm like starting to walk in. When did your familiar start to do things?
Ever since before before you guys fought that dragon. If I can put my timing right on it.
I think it was just after for
I've read about that time.
Silvio. Okay.
Has anybody else got familiars?
No.
Isn't Toto some form of familiar?
No. He's
Not in a normal sense. He's more of a
Not
beast of
exactly.
No.
But yes, I wasn't sure if Sylvia learned it from me because it's two spells I know.
That's interesting. It truly is. Everybody succeeds. All rise. Everybody stands up. As the panel, for lack of a better term, returns, and it says be seated. So, this matter had taken great consideration of the circumstances, mitigating circumstances, the outcomes, and repercussions. So, the court's findings here is to whether or not the Crown was aware of the Duke's plans, and we summarily dismiss any charges being brought against John Linesbane and Maurice Hanshallow on their knowledge that the Duke was behind the attacks, and therefore not responsible for the Duke's actions. We also have decided whether or not the attack on the Screaming Mermaid was orchestrated by the surviving individuals. We can safely confirm that the group of Lunar Eclipse was not guilty of sabotage. We also found that Lunafall's non-involvement, with the exception of the attack on Muir on his tower twice, that Lunafall are not involved in the conspiracy to commit treason against the Empire. Therefore, they will not be disavowed from the Arcadian Empire, as that was the forthcoming charge. The sentencing. War crimes by the group of Lunar Eclipse. Sorry, I'm just scribbling in as we go. Hired by John Linesbane should be brought forward. Liability for murder, sabotage, and damage caused by the group's operations on the corridor. We summarily dismiss. We also Van Zan's conviction, whether it should remain, be lifted, or intensified after finding further investigation of possible alteration or alteration of the punishment or pardon would be given. We have cleared Van Zan's crimes, and therefore the punishment no longer remains. However, that had to be possible with the forthcoming requirement by the arena and participating individuals, which we're happy to go on. We also were looking into the Alarian Empire's meddling with Van Zan's involvement. We have the rule for Arcadian damages to Alarian relations have been similarly would be found unnecessary, therefore have been cleared. Dosh's meddling in the incidents with Mantra and Tetsu. We pretty much have ruled out the possibility that Dosh has been involved with anything to do with the incidents and summarily dismiss and clear the issues regarding Dosh being, I get just like Alaria's involvement, is non-founded. Galanisari's meddling with Nis Faladras. We do have some great concerns, however, we do find that Nis Faladras and Galanisari Arcadian relations do not need to be checked upon or risked upon, and therefore we're happy to let that go. We also look into the meddling from the Savant Empire relating to Alvar's involvement, and have again found no warranty for such actions. We also look into the legality at the behest of Mir regarding Alvafor Labelle's legality to claim assets and ownerships of Alvafor Nidra, and have summarized agreed to allow, and one of the stewards actually walk up to Alvafor and hands her document, says you will be able to maintain your access to your assets as Alvafor Nidra while being in your, for all we understand, is your original body. We also will be ruling out any asset seizure or any prison time that may be being sentenced for falsifying your name due to the mitigating circumstances relating to, for lack of a better term, your memory loss. With all charges, considerations, concerns all being cleared, and those of Alvar's assets have been approved, this hearing is adjourned, and I hereby charge and find. I get his name up before I say it because it's going to be way better if I do it that way. Hereby declare that Duke Rufus Loris Gamor Mercurer is guilty of high treason against the Arcadian Empire. We also find Revna, Phantasm, Kashrin, Nidra, and Wart Nidra, members of the Chromatic Eye, all found with high treason and crimes against the state of Alaria and Moldura empires as well. They are hereby sentenced to death. As for one final request made, again by Mir, given their involvement potentially to which has possibly disrupted or stalled relations between Arcadia and Galanisari, we hereby illegalize and into law and condemn the Covenant's actions within Arcadian borders, and hereby surmise that the Ball operatives within Arcadia are hereby enemies of the state and therefore are to be put to death, and are now sought for at their heads on demand. We hereby outlaw the Ball faith from Arcadia, and summarize that there was a benefit that was taken from this empire, and even somebody in this room of great importance, which we now support, and ask that the Baldur and Dolgian representatives also have agreed upon the request to unilaterally condemn the Covenant of Bahal, and have similarly terminated all diplomatic ties and have closed our borders. An emissary to Galanisari has been requested to be sent, however being met with absolute refusal by the Galanisari Empire. Therefore, Nis Faladras has volunteered, after a discussion and renegotiation on behalf of the Galanisari Empire, that she will act as an acting ambassador to Glanasari on behalf of the Arcadian Empire, following a period of discussion and agreements to be brought towards the Glanasari Empire. As it stands, this hearing is adjourned. Congratulations, you're heroes. And he walks off. That's off and says, "Are you?" And one of the guys come over to you and grabs your arm mantra and looks at you
Yeah, the balls.
and go, "Just get his name up. Fuck. If we go on some C list. No, it's Mercador. I don't want Mercador. I want Arcadia. There we go. So it's Guy Sheik,
I'm readying a grapple
the
on the off
commander
chance
of the
and what
Arcane Watch, and
happens.
says, "Why you stood here? Go get those fuckers." He releases your hand and just watches you and all the rest of you.
I try run round and over people. I properly sprint.
Party
yeah, I'm
follows, and we're going to call it there. It's a little bit over, only a tiny bit, but it's fine. It was an intense moment, but
I'm going to be honest. If it wasn't for the action, Mantra was going to go straight up to Nice and ask to help with the diplomatic missions because she wants to try finish what Silvio started.
there's the parties here that have been involved have been in discussions already. For them, as you can see, there's been a lot of discussions. As I said, this hearing's been on for all morning. You originally guys were supposed to be speaking. Well, the first one of you was supposed to be called at 10, and you guys didn't get called until just after 11, which means things went not to plan, which is normal. But for some reason, this has been all done in one day instead of 3.
Probably because they had so many world leaders and stuff around.
Not even probably the case. I think it's more to the point that there was no complications, because if it was found that you guys knew about the Duke's treason but didn't report it, then that would cause, obviously, the trial to go longer. Well, the hearing to go longer, which could then turn into a trial, which could then become a visit to the gallows.
So what Alvaro started to say.
Jesus Christ. I know you're not feeling too great, but you nearly incriminated your entire party.
Look, I've got vertigo and I've got
I know.
Okay, you get the best out of me that you got, but now that we've wrapped session, I'm out for the night.
Indeed. Thank you very much for calling, joining, phoning, playing, watching, bitting. We'll see you next week. Oh, in fact, though, we'll see you Wednesday for some more Minecraft. We'll see you right about the same time as usual, so see you in 2 days. After that, back here next week to see what happens with the rest of the party and what is going on behind their...
If we get our fucking items back.
We'll see. Susan?
I have my sword and shield.
Bye-bye.
I can go stabby.
You know.
Bye-bye.